last night. I was to be joined by the Chief of Police, Michael Moore. But I asked him a few minutes ago, as we see the images and learn about what's happening in the middle part of our city, in the Fairfax district, to go out there to lead the command and the resolution and de-escalation of what we're seeing on local and our national news. Each evening I've been coming to speak to you about COVID-19 and the struggle that we are in. This extraordinary moment that has, for all of us, boiled up so many cracks that existed not just in our city but our nation. A threat that seemed invisible, that discriminated against no one, but in the way that it manifests showed the discrimination that has existed in this country. And yesterday I spoke about what it meant here in Los Angeles, when long before there was the death of Mr. Floyd, we saw here, before we had cameras on our phones, the beating of a black man that ignited our city over almost 30 years ago. As we look back in history, Los Angeles, I believe, has so much to teach, but we always have so much to learn. And in this moment, I want to speak very personally to everyone in Los Angeles as we look out in the spaces and the places that we love so much, and we wonder in just the stretch of 2 days, here and around the nation, what's happened. My first responsibility to you is to protect life and liberty, and to speak the truth, so that when we see a horrific murder like what we saw on the streets of Minneapolis, which joined too many murders, of a woman sleeping because she was black, of a man jogging who died because he was black, of decades past and centuries of slavery, of discrimination and racism, we know, all of us cry out, if you have truth and justice in your heart, if you have love anywhere in your soul, that this is wrong, and we all want to make it right. We want to protect everyone's ability to do that. That's what liberty is. With liberty comes responsibility, to be able to peacefully protest, and to let government, to let our fellow citizens, to let the world know who we are and the world that we want to create. We cannot, though, fulfill our duty to protect life when people are looting. We cannot protect our ability to protect life when we see fires set in dense urban areas that not only endanger firefighters, but that could put buildings full of residents up in flames. And we've seen this before in Los Angeles. When the violence escalates, no one wins. And so everybody has to be responsible for owning this moment. Whether you wear a badge or whether you hold a sign, I'm asking all of Los Angeles to take a deep breath and to step back for a moment, to allow our firefighters to put out the flames, to allow our peace officers to reestablish some order, and for us to let them protect your rights, to be out there for as many days as we need to, for as many protests as we have to, until change isn't just something that's a slogan, but change is in the actions we see across this country, so that not one more person has to die with a knee in their neck. Los Angeles suffered greatly in 1992. We've seen other cities go up in flames. We see black and brown-owned businesses be the first often hit in cities where people go out there. And I know that I'm not speaking to 99% of the people who are out there outraged and yelling and crying about the murder of an American. But there are those who think that, well, maybe if I get in a fight, that'll prove something. It's not tough to get in a fight with a police officer. It's tough to not fight back. It's tough for us to all say, take a breath, step away. But make no mistake, we also have to, in this city, make sure that we can protect lives by making sure that there is not disorder like we saw on the streets of downtown last night, or we see today. If you're still standing there and just looking, now's the time to go home. Come back, protest peacefully when there is peace. When things start to burn, it's not the time to stay. And we need everybody to exercise that discretion. We need everybody to summon their better angels in this city of angels. And yes, demand accountability, demand justice, but for us not to pick new fights right here, where we have painfully, year after year, decade after decade, looked at racism not just as something that infects our criminal justice system, but that invades all of us, something that is about actions moving forward like we talked about yesterday. From so many people who don't start at the starting line equally because they and their parents and their grandparents and great-grandparents never started anywhere equally. We need to recognize that. But we can't recognize that through smoke. We can't recognize that when people start to set fire to police cars where there's dangerous weapons, where we see bonfires downtown in Los Angeles that could ignite high-rises. That is not the way to have anybody's voice heard. For that 1 or 2% of protesters who thinks that's the way to make the statement, do not do a disservice to the memory of George Floyd. Do not make a disservice to the folks who have died at the hands of the brutality that we all stand against. Tonight in the downtown area, the Chief of Police has asked for me from the 4 freeways that bound downtown so that we can clean up the debris, so that we can make sure that shops are secured, so we can make sure that downtown residents can safely go around downtown and leave and come into their homes, to put a curfew on downtown starting between tonight at 8 o'clock to 5:30 tomorrow morning. This will be something that we will be able to reestablish the peace here. But I know right now folks are focused in the middle of the city. And I will ask everybody to do everything they can to please go home, let us put the fires out, let us learn the lessons, let us rehumanize each other, whether it's somebody who is yelling at a police officer or whether it's a police officer. Let's find the common humanity between each other at this moment. It is the only thing that will get us to justice. It is the only way we can protect liberty, and it is the only way that we can save lives. I'll come back, and I know people have some questions as well, but I want to ask one of our downtown council members to come forward, Curran Price, who's been a brother in service for so many years, to speak about how we will be able to keep the peace here downtown tonight and hopefully reestablish the peace, not just here in Los Angeles, but across this nation. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your words of encouragement and leadership, and underscoring the fact that we are all leaders in times like this. We all have a chance and a responsibility to step up to the plate, do what we can to move forward in a positive way. We certainly mourn the loss of life that occurred in Minneapolis. No excuse whatsoever. We mourn with him, the family, the community, and for the other atrocious acts of violence that we have witnessed over the past several months. We've got to do better than that. We certainly have, I think, a responsibility to protest, to express concern, to express disgust, and that's the legal way to do it. But we have to be responsible, and that can't translate into destruction of property, threatening life, and harming the general good. And so while we certainly want the legal process to play itself out and hope that all the individuals involved are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, we also hope that we can exercise restraint, understanding, and collaboration as we move forward. Certainly it's an extraordinary step, imposing a curfew. No one wants to see that happen. I'm proud that we've had no incidents of violence in the area of South LA that I represent, but we mourn the losses that occurred here downtown. And now we see similar acts of violence occurring in the mid-section of our city. We can do better than that. We are better than that. These are challenging times, these are tough times, and frustrating times. But we got to channel that energy, channel the determination and the will, challenge and channel our focus on really making a difference, making things better, collaborating, cooperating, taking a step back, The mayor's asked that the police and those protesters, let's take a step back and let's continue to work together, to collaborate together, find the solutions that are necessary, not just here in our city, in our state, but also in our country. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Reverend Najuma Pollard-Smith, who is a dear friend and who has the memories, as we all do, that were around then, of what happened in this city in 1992, to say some words of peace and counsel to our City of Angels. Reverend.
Good afternoon. It was just nearly 30 years ago, May 31st, 1992. I remember sitting in Fame Church as a member, choir member, usher board member, and listening to my father in ministry, Reverend Dr. Cecil L. Chip Murray, speak to us as we were wrestling with the 92 civil unrest, the outcome of the Rodney King verdict. And his words were so powerful in the way in which he spoke to us about being asked the question to wait a minute. And he said to us, we don't wait a minute, that a minute is too long in times like these. And so to those who are feeling the pain and the grief of this season, we stand with you. It is the right thing to stand up. It is the right thing to speak up. It should not be that nearly 30 years later, we're still facing this issue. We should be speaking truth to power. Tomorrow represents Pentecost Sunday. And Pentecost doesn't just represent the promise, it also represents a season of protest and power. Because what we do know is at some point shortly thereafter, the moment of Pentecost, Peter gets up and begins to speak truth to power. So it's right to speak truth to power. It's right to stand up for what's right. It's right to speak. It's right to speak now. It's right to not wait. But we have to do it with responsibility. Pentecost is also about power. And like many of you, I am tired of hashtagging rest in power to black bodies, men, women, boys, girls. I'm tired of rest in power. My role in this season is to encourage people to live in power. We were given power. We must live in power. We must speak in power. We must stand in power. We must gather together in power. But power has a responsibility. And so as we do that, we must do it responsibly. To all of the parents, I am one of those parents who's lost a black son in the streets. So I know your pain, I know your anger, I know your frustration. To the families, we got you. I understand. I've been there. I know what it's like to deal with a system that doesn't necessarily take the victim and their family at first. I understand that. So yes, in power we stand, in power we speak, in power we rise up, but power has a responsibility. And I'm tired of hashtagging rest in power. I want to live in power. I want you all to live in power. Dr. Murray, when he spoke 30 years ago, wanted us to stand and speak and to live in power. To the protesters, protest in power. And power is not always given. Sometimes you have to take it back. And so we stand in power, we speak in power, we live in power. And that's the right thing to do. To all of my faith leaders, my colleagues who are faith leaders, clergy of every kind, of every faith tradition, I'm just one of y'all, I'm just one, but there's many out there, many leaders out there. And we should be speaking in power, speaking truth to power, standing in power. But power has a responsibility for all of us. And we have to do that with responsibility when we take back our power. Because like you, I'm tired of hashtag rest in power. I want me, my children, my grandchildren to live in power. To those that are creating mayhem, we ask you to take a step back and let those who are fighting for the power to come under injustice take a step back and let those who are protesting in power, let those who are standing and speaking in power, let them do their work. We don't need no more mayhem. We've been there, done that. And so my prayer is that we all would live in power, stand in power, speak in power, because it is that time. And we're not waiting. We don't have to wait. But we want to live in power. And we can do that if we work together. We can do that if we stand together. We can do that if we use our power responsibly. Power has a responsibility. And so some 30 years later, here we are again. But this time, we're going to stand, we're going to speak, and we're going to live in power, but we're going to do it responsibly. God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Doctor, and thank you, Council Member. So to be clear, as we look at this city, we know that this is a moment, but a moment that we all collectively will define. If we have buildings burning and shops being looted, we've seen those shadows in the past. Don't bring them back. We will use the law to reestablish your liberty, to reestablish and save lives. But we cannot do that when folks are lighting fires, shooting at our officers, throwing at projectiles, and escalating things up. So downtown tonight, we will have those limits in place, but we also will make sure that we protect everyone's rights to speak out as we must in this moment. But if we don't get this right, I'll give you one example. We had to close down our testing centers this afternoon because of safety concerns. We need to make sure, especially in communities that have less power, that we are able to make sure people don't disproportionately die because of the color of their skin. We can't do that when the city breaks down. We can't get firefighters in to put fires out that may burn and kill people who live here, innocent people, if we have these actions. So thank you for what you will do, as I've thanked you every single night, to make this our work, not the work of any one of us. I said yesterday that the work of making this country a less racist country is not just work for Black people. It's for Latino and African Americans and Anglos, our Native brothers and sisters and Asian and Pacific Islanders together to recognize. And similarly, to restore peace today is all of our responsibility. I promise to do mine. Please do yours. I'm going to say a few words in Spanish and then I'll take some questions. Sorry, I'm going to take questions first, I've been informed, and then I'll go to Spanish. Please. We have a pool reporter that's here. Thank you.
Is the curfew only for tonight? Could it be extended? Could it be extended into different parts of the city?
No, this is just for one night. It's my hope that that will be enough. We are not looking at something wide scale. It's very targeted. There's a lot of stores that are downtown. There's a lot of residents, and it's very dense with high-rise buildings that can easily go up in flames. It is about being able to make sure we don't see people who exploit this tragic moment where there was real injustice, and we must all speak out, to go and loot, to go and light fires, to go and try to kill people or put their lives at danger. I need to protect protesters and make sure none of them lose their lives. I need to protect our officers and make sure none of them lose their lives. These are all human beings, and we should hold each life sacred. So this is for this evening alone. We'll look at tomorrow.
And the situation in Fairfax,
Yeah.
Can you describe what you understand is going on there? And
Sure.
does that indicate that there may be a curfew there tomorrow night? Or?
No, there are no plans. I'm asking everybody just to kind of step back. There were cars, as we saw. The lighting of police cars is not a way to protest what happened in Minneapolis. It's not a logical way to do that. It's not a way that will get us further forward. It will only endanger. There are weapons in those cars that can blow up, bullets that can kill people when you light that fire, firefighters who put their lives on the line, as we saw just a couple weeks ago here in downtown Los Angeles, to protect us. That is not ever a smart thing to do, and it must end. That's what happened at Fairfax. And then, of course, when you get folks who won't push back from that and officers who try to push forward, we know that the mayhem can ensue. So I've asked the chief to make sure we step back. If people will not leave unlawful assemblies or areas that are curfewed, of course, that to us says that they are there for a reason other than the exercise of their First Amendment rights. And we can bring the law to bear there. But that is the last step that we need to take. When we see the destruction that we saw, people need to either go home, and if they won't go home, they will be arrested. But we all need to take a deep breath, keep focused on a man whose life is gone, and not try to find enemies on our streets here in the City of Angels.
How do officers plan to enforce the curfew?
We'll have plenty of officers deployed here. It'll make it much easier. As we saw provocateurs who came in last night whose intentions were to do things like to break into jewelry stores, break windows, cause violence. And we'll know that if folks don't live downtown, that will help us to be able to secure the area. We'll have plenty of officers that are here, while we also are, of course, watching things around the city to try to protect people's life and liberty together in all parts of the city. But what we saw with downtown and our need to clean up still, which we've been doing all day long, it might take a second to smash a window or to throw a dangerous projectile, but it can take us hours or even days to clean that up. We have to make sure this city, the image of this city, is not what we see here today. We are better than this. We need the time to reestablish that. And so tonight, that's what we'll have here in downtown.
You mentioned provocateurs coming into the city and causing problems. There are similar reports from other cities in the country that it is outsiders, some outside agitators. Can you speak to the people who were among the 500 arrested last night? Do you have any sense as to whether there are outsiders?
No, and I didn't say the city part. I believe that much of the protest that we see, if not all of it, is from people who live here. And like I said, 99% of them are outraged, should be outraged, and are peacefully protesting and exercising their not only constitutional rights, but I feel our duty right now. But there are folks who come from outside who don't live downtown, who see opportunity in stores, who might want to continue to push that mayhem, light fires that would endanger people's lives, whether it's a firefighter or residents that are in a high-rise in downtown Los Angeles. And those we did see, but I have no statistics. But I believe that, look, I don't think we have the narrative of other cities that this is coming in from other places. This is all of us. So it's on all of us. For anybody who would cause that sort of mayhem, be prepared to meet with the law. Be prepared to pay the price. That's not different today, a year ago, or a year from now. But for the rest of us who need our right to protest peacefully, to be protected, also we should be just as angry at those folks for changing the conversation, for taking the critics who are out there looking to say, see, told you so. Don't let them win. Don't let them be the images that don't let these be the images they see that will confirm the worst of what we know in this nation. Let us be an example for what is the best.
Are you, this is from Jonah Valdez of LA Daily News.
Sure.
How worried is the city that these protests could endanger the progress made on coronavirus given the large, tight gatherings of people?
I'm glad for that question, because we do need to make sure that these protests also don't become places that are super spreader events. We need to make sure people are exercising safe distancing, which is not happening. So if a police officer is asking you to disperse or to space out, do it, not just because it's a standoff moment, but for your own health and everything we've invested in to make sure that we don't spread the coronavirus. It is not a reason to not protest. We want to find peaceful ways for people to do that. It is our responsibility. Think about in 2017, after the election of a new president, we had people every single night, thousands and even tens of thousands, peacefully protest successfully. And those nights, too, we had people who wanted to cause some mayhem, and we were able to stop them, but they were in smaller numbers. We have to collectively make sure that that does not happen, and that we don't have backward progress with COVID-19 in the midst of our outrage about what we saw in Minneapolis.
This one also from Jonah. Can you describe the instructions that have been given to police officers and how to deal with crowds protesting?
Sure.
And what's your sense of the handling of the situation yesterday?
So yesterday, I was incredibly proud of our officers in this department. I talked with many people who were out there, whether it was command staff or others. They had concrete and bricks and bottles. They had M100s, powerful fireworks thrown at them. Some of them were injured, and I saw such extraordinary restraint. Extraordinary restraint, and that's what we train. Our de-escalation training for years, which we started 7 years ago, our implicit bias training, which we started, these things protect everybody. But there's also a limit to that. We had shots fired last night, and we could have had a dead officer or a dead protester. That is unacceptable, and we can't do nothing in the face of those things, which is why we're taking this action tonight, which is why I'm calling everybody to leave the scene now at Fairfax. There's no good that can come of it now. There's no further point to be made. Let us get those burned vehicles. Let us see no more set on fire. Let us find the spaces and the places to be united. Racism loves division. It thrives off of it. So if we want to create division, paint a caricature of everybody who wears a badge as a racist, great. Racism will win. But if we actually do the hard work that we're engaged with every single time CNN is not on Los Angeles, of young people meeting a police officer in a summer night lights program, or with a community safety partnership where police officers who grew up in a neighborhood will volunteer for 5 years to stay in our public housing developments in some of our highest crime neighborhoods so that they can put a name to young people and young people can find a mentor in them. That work is really hard to show. That work is easy to erase with a couple stupid things if we do them. So let us all be smart, and 99% of the people out there, to me, are our heroes, are great Americans and patriots standing up against what we saw in Minneapolis and we've seen in too many places. But we will not take no action when we see people's life and liberty endangered. So the officers have showed remarkable restraint. Today, I think it's important for the crowd to move back so that we can get those vehicles, for officers not to have to engage in any violent actions to make that happen, and people won't move to make arrests, not to have shoving matches. And I know the chief is there. I've asked him to reestablish good policies, good protocols, and to bring some peace to that situation. And my advice to everybody is, please now, if you love the city, go home and come back when we can peacefully protest soon.
How much of the protesting and the anger now do you think is related to the LAPD's own treatment of individuals in LA,
Sure.
and not just the treatment of folks in other cities by police there?
You know, I've always said that here in Los Angeles we're not perfect, and any city government of 40,000 employees and department of 10,000 officers, of course you're never going to be perfect. But I want to say something to my police officers here in Los Angeles, because I know, well, we've spoken a lot about the pain that African Americans and African American men feel right now. We don't ignore the pain that police officers are going through right now. The pain first in seeing a fellow police officer, and if you have one police officer do this, people say it's every police officer. They make a caricature of every person, they dehumanize anybody and just look at their badge, in the same way that too many youth of color have felt dehumanized the other way around. To my officers, I want to say continue to exercise your restraint, and I'm very proud of you. Have we had bad examples in LAPD? Absolutely. And I'll speak out about those every single time. My father was a prosecutor who went after those police officers who broke the law long before he was elected DA. At a time when the old LAPD folks would tell him, if you were dying on the street, I'd walk right over you and not help you. That culture has changed dramatically. That's the stories I grew up with, that it was the right thing to do, that no badge protects you if you break the law. But we also need to see heroes who step up. When I'm with a police officer's family who last year, because a police officer, when he was off duty at a taco truck, saw someone tagging and said, don't do that in your own neighborhood, and then was assassinated, don't tell me that our police officers too are not heroic, generous, giving, loving people too. They're human beings, and we're all flawed. But if we can't find the love of this moment in somebody who's right there on the line, probably as scared as you are angry, we can make a choice to either yell at each other and to get more scared and to roll the dice, or to just breathe for a moment. Step back. Find some love in your heart, even at a moment when it's tough to feel it, on both sides of the skirmish line, so that we can march forward together. Our work is undone here. When I brag about things we've done at LAPD, I'm rightfully proud of those, from putting cameras on officers, the de-escalation training, anti-bias training. Those are tough things to get through as a policy, things that Black Lives Matter and other organizations and movements have called for a long time. But do I think that's the end point? Absolutely not. There's a mistake made every day, certainly by me, by anybody in our city, and by anybody watching this right now. So let's have some humility with our anger, let's have some love with our outrage, and let's find a way to march forward together.
The Televisa News Network is asking, would you support calling in the National Guard?
No, I spoke with the governor earlier today. This is not a city, this is not 1992. We're not going to evoke what happened then and call in the National Guard. But that's also on all of us. Let's just all de-escalate. We've trained police officers to learn more and more about de-escalation, and we still have more to do. But all of us as human beings can de-escalate. You can escalate without a weapon. You can provoke without a baton. So let us all de-escalate, and no, I do not anticipate in any way needing to call in a National Guard. We got this, Los Angeles. Let's show our better angels.
There's a question about the tactics of police officers yesterday and today. Some protesters moving through the city being met by barricades. A question is, why not meet protesters where they are and walk with them? There's also questions about tactics used last night to surround a large number of protesters, and there are rules around what warnings have to be put out before a demonstration is considered unlawful.
Correct.
So can you talk about the tactics?
Absolutely. That is how we always deal with these situations. If somebody's going on a freeway, that's unlawful. That's dangerous for them. It's dangerous for the people driving. And so people often, you have to wait till there's enough personnel, but those are declared as unlawful assemblies. And yes, I've been a part of protests. I've been arrested in a protest. You have to know if you're doing an act of civil disobedience that breaks the law to have the consequences of that. There's nothing more. I'm so proud of our police chief, Michael Moore. He didn't mince words the moment the video came out. He said it was horrible, ugly. Every good cop in America hates a bad cop more than anybody else. He was out there. I was proud to see the numbers of chiefs of police around this country that spoke out, of officers who have spoken out, of even unions who have spoken out, and we need more police unions to say that too when they see that bad behavior. I think we're all disgusted by that. But in terms of the tactics, this is a very difficult thing. When chaos breaks out, if you haven't been on the street when there's chaos, there only needs to be 1% or 2% of people causing mayhem, breaking windows, lighting fires, when it gets to be very dangerous. One mistake, somebody throws something at you. We saw that. We saw injured officers, and thankfully none of their lives were lost. We saw injured protesters, and thankfully none of their lives were lost. So the tactics that we use, and like I said last night, was remarkable restraint that we saw, but it also has to be, too, that we ask for that same restraint both directions.
Do you know the exact nature of the communication made to protesters before that law, or when that lawful order went out? Do you know if it was put out in multiple languages?
I do not know, but I can get back to you. I know that it was made. I'll check if it was made in multiple languages or not.
Okay. You mentioned a lot of people, unions, other officials, condemning what happened in Minneapolis. Why do you think that is? Why do you think this is different than past situations when people haven't had that collective response?
You know, I think there's two reasons why the nation was so collectively outraged, which, as painful and as powerful as that is also a good sign. I think it's that the work of the movement has moved things forward. People recognize it isn't enough to make excuses or to look the other way, that it isn't just on African Americans to speak out when a black man is killed at the hands of a police officer. If you looked at the crowd here that was protesting in the peaceful protests, it was predominantly not African American. That's a great sign, because this shouldn't be something that our black brothers and sisters have to shoulder alone. This is an American requirement and responsibility. Even the president, who I disagree with and who used some words that I found absolutely wrong, at least said something to the family in a way that began to have a baseline that is unacceptable for anyone not to see this as murder and not to see it for the violation of civil rights and the loss of a human life. But we need more people. There still aren't enough voices. It should be 100%. And not just voices, it has to be actions. Every city in America should have a civilian police commission, should have independent investigations like we do here, run by civilians. Law enforcement need not fear that. Every department should have cameras that show accountability on both sides of that lens. Every city should not just be looking at policing to fix what's wrong. We should be investing in young people and making community college free like we did here, and raising the minimum wage, and making sure there's universal health care, and making sure that we look at the health disparities that cause blacks in America to die at twice the rate of their population to something like COVID-19. So words are good, but actions are better. And we need to communicate those actions and demand that they happen at every level, that Washington not turn its face. Where is the national leadership right now to say this isn't just a criminal justice issue? This is a systemic and cultural issue, and it must stop. But none of that should be an excuse for burning a city down. We must breathe, step back, and come together so we can do that hard work tomorrow.
Do you think there are things that need to change in the law in California or in LA specifically that would help keep police accountable?
All the time, I think there's ways to improve our policing, of course. And there's places in the country that don't even have the level of what we did because of Rodney King and the unrest of 1992 and the Christopher Commission. In fact, when I looked at national agendas to bring police reform, many of them pointed to programs we have here in Los Angeles, like a mental health unit, so that we can see when somebody is struggling with mental health on the streets, they don't wind up dead, but they wind up served and cured. We're never going to get this perfect, but we should strive to. Policing is exceptionally dangerous and difficult work, but we shouldn't train our police officers to go first towards use of force and not to figure out how to de-escalate, as we've changed culture here. We give medals out for great valor, the Medal of Valor Award, but starting a few years ago, we started giving out medals for de-escalation, of successfully saving lives, to show that that was the highest responsibility that we have, not just saving the lives when somebody's shooting at strangers, but a moment when you could take someone's life. What did you do to make sure that wasn't the end of it? So sure, here in California, across this nation, there's things to do, but right now, it is so critical for us to reestablish the peace in this city so that we can do that work and have those conversations. When cars are burning, when stores are being looted, trust me, nobody's talking about those things.
Have you had a conversation with the DA about the charges that were brought last night and how those will be adjudicated? Or?
I have not.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances that were behind the specific charge of attempted murder that someone involved in protest was?
There were shots fired, and this is an ongoing investigation, but shots fired not from our police officers towards where police and protesters were. But that's all I can say at this point.
In terms of what's
and I should say, and somebody's in custody.
In terms of what's going on right now, a lot of people are wondering why not a citywide curfew, why not a curfew in areas that have seen some of the greater agitation. Can you just revisit that?
Sure. Look, we will look all over the city at whatever we need to have peace, but peace doesn't come just from a curfew and from deploying police officers. We have a huge city. Just as I said at the beginning of COVID-19, we can establish rules, but if people don't follow them, we won't be able to beat this virus. People stepped up. This is on all of us, not on sort of strict rules that are very difficult. We saw in 1992, you can't secure an entire city. If all of us in the city decided to create mayhem, there'd be nothing we could do. So right now, I think we can de-escalate situations. We cannot evoke those moments of the past in which we had this entire city in a much worse place than we are today. We can support our brothers and sisters in Minneapolis and allies across this country without having to prove that we can burn our city down too. But we won't hesitate to continue, and I'll listen to what the police chief needs. I'll listen, and more importantly, or as importantly, I should say, to the community members who I've been engaged with the leaders from our civil rights community, from not just the African American community, but including them, but other communities that need to step up that are part of this. Speaking to a group of rabbis, speaking to a group of young people especially. I think this is really about young people's frustration. They've been locked up for a long time. They feel like they haven't been able to go out because of the COVID-19 virus. And then they saw this and saw it in such a heart-wrenching and heartbreaking way. But we have to all help guide that towards action, not towards destruction. Since 1992, after 1992, let me just give you one stat. The employment rate in Los Angeles, the number of jobs that we had, didn't recover till 2014. 2014. So it took 22 years just to get back to where we were, because some said, I'm angry enough to start destroying my city. Let's not set ourselves back further in the midst of what's already one of the toughest economic moments, if not the toughest economic moment of our life. Let us build from strength and from love, not just from our pain.
Dr. Martin Luther King said, riot is the voice of the unheard. Is there any plan to hold forums or roundtables or anything to allow the unheard to be heard? What is the plan moving forward?
Absolutely, it's already started. It's very difficult to do just only via Zoom, but I've been talking to council members. I'm sure Councilmember Price has been engaged in those, Councilmember Harris Dawson, supervisors, elected officials, but also I've been encouraging people, have these conversations in your home, have these conversations where you work, have these conversations on your block. And we are here, our gang reduction youth development workers, who are the angels in this city, who step between guns and create peace, who invest in young people, who themselves have often served time and come back to say there's a better way forward. They have deployed throughout the city to talk to the networks that we haven't just built in the middle of a crisis, but we've built painstakingly for decades since 1992. So we're activating those, and we're asking people not to do town halls where you just listen, have dialogues where you can talk back and forth to each other. If you don't know what it's like and have not heard in a long time what it means to be a young black man in America, sit down with somebody and just listen for a while. Listen to the truth of their story. If you've never talked to a police officer about what it's like to be a police officer, make sure you connect with one. In Newark, New Jersey, they bring together former gang members and some of the most grizzled police officers for 2-hour-long conversations where they talk about their trauma and open up, where by the end of it they can have a little bit more respect for one another and not have an idea in their mind of who they are, but see the flesh and blood behind whatever their titles were. This is the time to do that necessary work, but don't let it stop with dialogue. After 1992, remember everybody said, let's just talk? Let's get to know each other, your food, your language, my language. And that fell short. It was only when we started to find common projects to work on, common work together, that those alliances were forged much stronger than they had ever existed. Los Angeles has come such a long way in my lifetime. I've seen it. And yet I know for many out there saying we still have a long way to go, and you're right too. But we can't do that when we see the images of mayhem. We can't see it when we see the power of our voice peacefully exercised on the street, in City Hall, in our boardrooms, at our schools, in our churches. That's where change comes.
From Fox News, Mr. Mayor, you asked for the police officers on the streets to take a step back. Please explain further what you mean. What different actions would you like them to take?
I want everybody to breathe for a moment. We need, if necessary, when people won't, there are the tactics, and the chief of police was the person who told me that. So we need to be able to make sure that if folks won't leave, that it's arrests, not necessarily trying to push an impossible line forward. I want to thank those officers that are out there today and thank those protesters that are there. Those people that right now are staring at each other and have decided maybe who they are on both sides. Thank you for the restraint that you show. Thank you for being able to metaphorically step back from this moment and not just push towards each other. But we do need those folks that are there to go home, to step away from those vehicles so we can get those vehicles and that we can make sure that our peace officers can reestablish that. And I want to be very clear because I know this question just came in, and I don't want to be misquoted on that. I'm not saying to our officers, take a literal step back and let our city burn. No. It is your responsibility, and I thank you for protecting our life, our liberty, and our property here. And I know that our officers are committed to making sure people can peacefully protest, but we also can't have unsafe situations where police cruisers are on fire with bullets in them and other things that could kill not only them, but everybody around them. It is time to move backwards.
Activists have long been calling for prosecution of more police officers in LA County in cases of in-custody deaths of civilians. Have you spoken to the DA's office about this topic? Could you please address this ongoing criticism?
I have in the last couple days, but as I said, I came from a district attorney who was a deputy district attorney at the time, standing up the first unit that did this. And I've spoken with this district attorney and past district attorneys. It is very difficult to convict a police officer when we all know they have done something wrong. We do need not only to put that on the shoulders of our prosecutors and our judges, but also all of us, so that in a jury we don't say, because they had a badge, this is okay. If you break the law, you break the law no matter who you are, and there needs to be accountability. We need to also acknowledge how difficult this work is and train and change the culture. And also substitute that policing is the only answer for our public safety woes. I'm so proud of our grid programs in this city. I have expanded them by 50%. I've seen some things out there saying that our police department is 70% of our budget. It's 17% of our budget, 17.6% of our budget. I'm proud that we've expanded our work in homelessness, our work in our libraries to expand our hours, our work for hiring people who come out of jail and prison, and put dollars behind that. Those are the things that end racism, and those are the things that make a safer community. So that is as critical as any of our work, as well as holding accountable the criminal justice system at all levels, from juries to prosecutors. And I absolutely have had those conversations and will continue to.
You're dealing with two crises at once.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe how the duality of those crises impacts the response and maybe hurts the response?
You know, none of us want this moment. It's the heaviest moment I've experienced as a resident of Los Angeles, besides maybe in 1992 when I saw my entire city burning. A moment in which we had an unseen threat that, while we saved lives, took away livelihoods, and now trying to balance those two things. This was supposed to be a weekend of openings, and then we saw the closing of a life in Minneapolis. This is a moment in which we have to see how these things connect with each other. If you don't see how COVID-19 kills more African Americans, then you're blind. If you don't see how African Americans are more often, disproportionately, and Latinos quite often, the victims of those missteps of bad officers and the crimes that they commit, you're blind. Vice versa, if we don't make this the work of everybody, if we don't see that it isn't enough to be against racism, you have to actually actively work to be an anti-racist, to dismantle things, to put your own capital on the line, whether it's political or economic, to share what you have and to make equality be not just a phrase but a reality. There's no question these two things intersect with each other, whether it's the way that we had to close down testing centers today, and I hope that doesn't lead to a little bit more spread, or the way that we are asking protesters to exercise their rights while not causing unsafe situations, not just in the immediacy, but in the face of COVID-19. But I will say this last thing on this question. I do believe in Los Angeles. We aren't defined by the moments where we set out to do the things we want to do. We are defined at the moments by how we respond to the things we don't want to happen. We didn't want COVID-19 to happen, but you've already shown who you are and what this city of angels is about. This is our second test, a test not to retreat from the demands of justice, but also not to push forward with the destruction of a city. We are not at a place where we see Los Angeles returning to where we were 20, 30 years ago, but our work remains unfinished. And if you can hold both of those, you can hold and get through this moment, and especially to our young people who weren't even alive in 1992, I want to say, your hearts are broken, and ours are too. You should demand change, but change comes not just on the street. Have you filled out your census form? Because if you're not counted, you're erased by this government, and the funding doesn't come for the programs that would change this. Have you registered to vote? Because if you're not out there voting, your voice not only is not heard, but you may have leadership that isn't just your ally, but as hostile and your enemy. Are you going out there each and every day to help erase whether the gender inequities that we have, or to embrace our LGBTQ brothers and sisters, to look at our Native brothers and sisters who suffer at as deep a level as our African American brothers and sisters? This is what this moment should bring us to. Not just the scream, but the next day, the joining of hands together and figuring out how we walk as one.
Can you say which testing centers were closed?
All of them were closed as of 3 o'clock in the city of Los Angeles.
And why was that decision made?
Because of the safety worries across the city.
You mentioned the curfew is limited to downtown because it's a big city, and so there are different parts of the city that have different responses. Why is the response to close testing centers citywide if the curfew is not citywide?
Well, two different things. The curfew downtown is one which we need to clean up the streets, take away things that right now are dangerous, board up our businesses so we don't see people looting till 4:30 in the morning like we saw last night, and dangerous situations where business owners and looters may come into conflict with each other. We need to reestablish that right here. Other parts of the city I believe in, and I believe that we can step back from the situation that we see at Fairfax. If we see other ones, have quick responses to make sure we're not going to stand for the burning of police cars. We're not going to stand for people who destroy shop windows. Those very few people who want the fight, whether you're a protester, a police officer, or somebody watching on TV, none of us should stand for that. All of us should condemn it, and all of us should support making sure that those people are brought to justice too. There's a much bigger call for justice that we need, and that is the one that we should keep our eyes focused on, not lighting up a police car as a way of making a point.
To circle back to what's going on now, there have been various reports of less lethal munitions, rubber bullets, or beanbags being deployed. Things seem pretty tense. What is your understanding of not only the tactics being used, but the situation at hand right now?
I came in here as I saw that happen, and the chief, I said, go there right now and go take care of that situation. So while I've been talking to you, I don't have the latest of that. I'm sure people watching have more recent information. But as always, look, as I said, policing is immensely difficult to do. Police officers are attacked, they are faced with force, and using non-lethal force is an option. But I hope for all of us, we can get to a place where we move past that, we protect protest, we make sure that it's peaceful, and that's not even a question we need to ask. I know last night, in other cities and other places, police officers would not have had the restraint that we did. And you know what? It's right that we did. It's good that we did. It's the result of a lot of hard work that we did. Will we always get it perfect? No. This is difficult work to do. To be there on a skirmish line when someone throws a brick at your head, when you start to bleed as a police officer or break your hand, or as we saw last night, people transported. These are our peace officers. They don't deserve to be attacked, and certainly nobody deserves to be killed in America because they're black. Those things can coexist with each other, and they're not equal. I'm not putting them on equal ground. Obviously, to lose your life is much worse than getting a brick. But people can die right now on the streets of Los Angeles with and without badges. And if we don't recognize that in the same way in this COVID-19 crisis, we said even not wearing a mask can kill somebody, then we are not doing our duty to protect human life. We are saying that human lives are not all sacred. I think I can take one more question.
Moving through now until 8 p.m. when the curfew goes into place in downtown, are you going to be constantly evaluating other situations across the city to perhaps introduce a curfew in other parts of the city?
No, not at this point. I want to be clear. We're not doing this anywhere else but downtown. You can ask it 3 or 4 times. Right now, we're not. But we will monitor the entire city. And of course, we consider at any given day, when there's a perfectly peaceful day if something happens, we always have a range of options. Of course, we consider at any given day, when there's a perfectly peaceful day if something happens, we always have a range of options. Making sure this is a safe city is a #1 priority for me. Making sure this is a just city is an equal priority, but right now when we are in the midst of unsafety, we have to make sure that we are safe. Safe for protesters to exercise their rights peacefully and to make sure their lives are protected, as well as our peace officers and everybody else. And that's what we'll be focused on today, tomorrow. Let us give voice to the pain that we feel, but let us not take that out on our city. We are better than this, Los Angeles. We can prove it, and I know we are a city of angels. With that, let me say a couple words in Spanish as well. Thank you. And before I say that, I say it every night after my COVID-19 briefing, but strength and love, Los Angeles. We need it now more than ever. Thank you, and we will continue to communicate with you throughout the night. Buenas tardes, Los Ángeles. Hoy nos encontramos en un momento de tristeza.
We've been listening to LA Mayor Eric Garcetti give his briefing. The big headline out of his briefing is that there's going to be a curfew imposed in downtown Los Angeles.
I know.
He's speaking as there are police cars burning in this city. I'm Alex Michelson. Phil Schuman joining me as well for our coverage, as well as Christina Gonzalez, who I'm not sure if Christina can hear us. Can you hear us, Christina?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, tell us.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you
All
okay.
right, so,
tell us what you're seeing from where you are.
Let me place where we're at and what is going on, and we're going to try to be very careful about the video because this actually, we were literally about 4 blocks away from the flashpoint of this, which was on the corner of Fairfax and Beverly. Now, at that point, things were about 4 blocks away, but in the last couple of minutes, we've actually had some flashbangs and some smoke, and people have been coming over, and that's what you're hearing. They're actually trying to get people to move away from the area that has been, throughout the afternoon, the point of explosions, as it were. As a matter of fact, when we roll very quickly to the video, let me show you how this whole thing started, because we were there. And we were actually, if we can go to that video, let me know when we're on it, because I'm not sure. But you will see that they actually burned down a police car. That is what started this whole thing. And like 2 minutes before, everything was fine. Officers were fist bumping everybody and everything was quiet. And suddenly out of nowhere, and there is a group of agitators within this huge crowd, which is thousands of people. At one point it was 8 blocks long. Now, the moment that the agitators started going after that police car, they immediately started protecting the units. And again, that was in the area of Fairfax and Beverly. And if we can come back here live, what has happened now is that you will see that they're trying to get people to back up. Now, to your left of your screen, interestingly enough, and why you see so many people stopping, that has become, behind that parking lot, the gathering point for all the police units that are now. So people are literally gathering around them and throwing stuff at them. So they are, in essence, protecting their their command post, as it were. And that is what you're seeing right now, what is going on the left of your screen. And again, up to a few minutes ago, this was going on quite a few blocks away. But when you have this many people, and when this whole thing began, we were talking about at least 5,000 people, and not a lot of officers, not a lot of response clearing the way for them. Something was bound to happen, not because the majority of the crowd wasn't peaceful, but because once the agitators begin, and once this whole thing starts going down the way it's going down now, it is very, very difficult to control. You know, and what you're seeing now is them trying to move away a crowd that has already moved quite a large crowd. Now, I'm going to bear with me because I'm going to ask Joe, put this on your back so we can show them what's going on behind you. Just bear with us. We're going to try to show you this safely. Now, if you see, that is the corner of the Grove and Beverly. And what is happening is that is where the funnel of police has now come in to try to stop any more people from joining the ones who were here. The people you see walking that way, many of them were just trying to leave to get out of this area. Again, I want to emphasize the majority of the crowd wanted nothing to do with violence. But once this whole thing begins, you know, people get caught up in it. Later on, I talked to some of these people about why the looting, why the violence. And believe it or not, even the people who would not be caught for a minute looting anything understand what it is, the point of view of what they're trying to do. And that's what I was planning to give you before this whole thing went down. And we will give it to you a little later. But right now, I just want to show you what's going on live. And in essence, what I do want to tell people is avoid this area. If you are here or you're trying to get in here, don't, because it is a traffic nightmare. It's also a dangerous situation at this point. There are those protesters who are now stopping in front of where they should have kept on going, and they're trying to funnel them out, and just the repetition of what has been going on for the last few hours over here. This one again is at the Grove and Beverly. And the area we're talking about, if you have the helicopter above, goes from Beverly to 3rd, all around from Pan Pacific Park, all the way almost to the Beverly Center. I'm going to turn this around now again because obviously something else has caught fire. And that is you see that there is smoke, and that is out in the area around Fairfax. Fairfax and between Beverly and 3rd. You can probably show this from the air if the helicopter's up. Again, my apologies if anybody says anything around us that is unpleasant to people. I know the people around us really don't seem to be the kind who want to get in trouble, but people are saying bad words, some of the signs, and we are live, so I can't help that. So my apologies if that happens and you happen to have kids around the TV. We don't want to offend anybody. But the anger that is here, some of these people are telling us that they've gone through these kinds of protests 10 years, and they're 10 times, and they're 30 years old. I was out here in '93. Almost 30 years ago during the Rodney King situation, and I'm hearing the same thing today that I heard back then. Again, the explosions you are hearing are smoke bombs. Now, let's go very carefully. Let's turn around because look what is happening. This is now the situation. This is how they are trying to clear people. That was that crowd that I showed you a minute ago that was getting onto them. They mean business. For those people, and I know there are many who wanted to join this for the reasons that they wanted to protest, go home. If you are hearing me and you can see any of this, go home. Because this is going to sadly get very ugly. And this is an area where, by the way, sheriff and LAPD share the situation. So what you're seeing is sheriffs from the West Hollywood side coming in to help the people who are in LAPD, and they're caught inside their command post getting things thrown at them and not being able to get out. So I'm standing behind my cameraman, and we are going to step back a little bit to give them plenty of room. There's something else that's caught on fire, which I'll show you in a minute. But you can see that sheriffs, this is a combined effort with sheriff coming in, from my perspective, to help out LAPD. LAPD has been, in my point of view and from what I'm seeing, overwhelmed by a very large crowd. Let's go back to this side, and you can see over here that people are throwing things at them, and these are non-lethal weapons that you're seeing being thrown. Now, those non-lethal weapons are meant to get the crowd back, and they mean it. They mean it. Excuse me, I'm getting hit with a little bit of smoke right now. So bear with me. Give me that water, please. And the situation is such that they are going to clear Beverly, and they're going to clear 3rd Street. And they're going to ask people to move back. You can see him doing that. And it's people not moving back, honestly, that are becoming the problem. But they are surrounding the area around the entrance where LAPD was setting up a command post. And again, they are trying to get people to just move out of the way. And we can see to our right, and I don't know if you can hear me, Joe, to our right, these people need to leave. And they're not leaving. They need to leave. Some of it is press, but not all of it. Some of it are people who are angry. The guy putting his hands up saying, I'm in peace, but this is not the time to do that, quite honestly. This is the time to turn around and go home. The only point you're making is, and on the other side of the street, be careful with some of the signs, Joe, that do have bad words on them. We're just trying not to anger people. And then in the middle of all this, look at the building and look at the people out looking at this whole thing. And just not going in when they hear those flashbangs. It's kind of surreal. It's almost like a movie. I mean, if I'm sitting out on my balcony and I start hearing this, I'm going inside and closing the door. But it's almost like normalized that people will see law enforcement in our city do this and not get out of the way. And you're listening to the sounds of sheriffs trying to back up LAPD.
Well,
and clear the area of Beverly towards Fairfax.
And Christina, you think about where you are. You're right by so many sound stages, by the CBS slot there, right near
yes.
the Grove, which has been the scene of so many movies and different shoots in the entertainment industry. This is an area, the Grove, where there are more people that come to the Grove every year than go to Disneyland. one of the most
But here's
trafficked
the deal.
areas, and this is all happening right there in the middle of that.
And the interesting thing, look at the people following the sheriffs who have told them to step away, which is just unreal. Now, it is in that lot, the CVS lot is where they were setting up the command post, sheriff and LAPD. And then they started getting bottles and stuff thrown at them. In that area, that is when things got,
So Christina,
got crazy.
I have a question for you. Earlier you mentioned that you had spoken to some people who were talking about why they justified the looting. What was their rationale? What did they tell you?
All right. These are people who are not necessarily the types you would imagine would be looting, the times that you would imagine. And what they're saying is this. They have tried for so long to have something change. And when you see this again and again and again, and you protest peacefully, and nothing changes in their minds, then what they want to do is go for the thing that is going to get some attention. And this is definitely getting some attention. And to quote, I'm going to paraphrase one of the women who said, you know, it's going to take an economic hit. When the stores burn down, when things just happen in such a way that it causes the economic nightmare that this is going to cause, that's when people listen. And that is what they're saying. Sadly, it's horrible.
Christina,
but it is what you're seeing.
Christina, it's Phil Schuman in the newsroom. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just trying to
Right.
make this safe for my camera person.
Give us your sense. Is the crowd getting bigger? Are the police and the sheriffs gaining control? What's happening right now?
Well, here's the interesting thing. Remember, I'm in one corner. I'm on the Spalding and Beverly. So I can't see this from the air. But I will tell you this. A lot of people have left. A lot of people have left. But there are people also coming in. People who were leaving are coming back. So the crowd, which was at least 5,000 people, at least 5,000 people is probably a few thousand.
Well, and Christina,
I would say that it's getting smaller, but it's still not getting small enough.
We're going to give you a moment to get your bearings as some of the protesters around you are maybe saying things that we maybe shouldn't be broadcasting on TV. Phil
Schuman, I'm having an argument with one of our security people, but let me get to a better location.
Okay, so right, Phil Schuman, let's talk about what we're looking at here. Just sort of an extraordinary display. It's also interesting, Phil, as we see those sheriff's units move in, it seems that they're taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach than the LAPD units were taking earlier today.
Yeah, we saw them riding on the running boards of the SUVs. I mean, it's a coordinated response between the LAPD and the sheriffs. They train together. They work on these kinds of scenarios. But we've probably been watching this now for 2 hours, Alex, and the huge crowds we've seen at the intersections don't seem to be there. So we're gonna take that as a bit of a positive sign.
Well, and you and I have both been out there so often in the field in these situations, and it seems like usually when the police come in and really decide this is time for this to end, that sends a lot of the peaceful protesters who don't want to get in trouble running, and then what is left is often the most extreme version of the people that are out there, either the most extremist beliefs or some of those agitators Christina mentioned who are out there to cause trouble and see this as an opportunity to loot and to do some bad things and maybe pervert the message of the protesters. Those are sometimes the people that are left behind once this sort of action by the authorities begin.
Exactly right. And what was your sense of Mayor Garcetti? I mean, when I was listening to him, and we've been listening to him for 8 weeks now, almost every day, we're listening to a man who is probably going to be a California senator, who may be the president one day, who has an extraordinary background, who's a lifelong Angelino, who's speaking from the heart, but the people, as he said, that need to hear it aren't watching TV, aren't listening to the radio.
Right. Well, I'm sure his team would appreciate that description you just gave.
Would you disagree?
Of him. Who knows? I mean, we'll see about his political future going forward from this. I think you also get the sense, and you got to feel this from him to the governor to everybody, he's also a man who's got to be exhausted, as all of us are. I mean, we've all been working sort of 24/7 dealing with this coronavirus, and this was a weekend where LA was hoping to celebrate. I mean, yesterday was the day that he gave the go-ahead to do the restaurants to open, and on the first night where restaurants are supposed to be open in downtown Los Angeles, he has to impose a curfew so that people literally can't go and enjoy them. It has been sort of one bad thing after another this year, from Kobe Bryant to the coronavirus to now this, and just some extraordinary challenges of leadership for him and for this city. Rick Lozano is in downtown Los Angeles, where there is a curfew that will be in place tonight at 8 p.m. Rick, what are you seeing from your perspective?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Now, how long that will last remains to be seen. But yes, indeed, a curfew will be in place starting later tonight and well into the early mornings of tomorrow. We're at a vantage point across the 110 freeway from downtown Los Angeles, keeping a safe distance just in case anything happens there, as has happened in the past in the downtown area, as well as what's going on in the Fairfax district. And you continue to watch video from the Fairfax district and all that has happened there. Now, Mayor Garcetti called for the curfew this afternoon, a curfew which will be implemented beginning at 8 o'clock tonight and lasting until 5:30 tomorrow morning. Now, the curfew just for one night, according to the mayor. He says he doesn't think he's going to have to extend it. He thinks that he'll have the resources in place in downtown Los Angeles to make sure that nothing escalates there as it has the past night or so. Of course, 3 nights of violence, 3 nights of protests in the Los Angeles area. The mayor is making sure that the police department is going to have all the resources it needs in place to handle any eventuality. He says that he's not going to ask for any assistance from the California National Guard. He believes LAPD will have enough resources to handle any eventuality. Mayor Garcetti says LAPD officers have handled the various uprisings around town in exemplary fashion, but he says that they will use whatever force is necessary to maintain the peace throughout the city, and especially in the downtown area where the cleanup continues after the protests that were demonstrated there yesterday and into last night. So again, the curfew will begin at 8 p.m. tonight in the downtown area. It will last until 5:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be here on hand to keep you up to date on any of the happenings here. For now, we're live near downtown Los Angeles. I'm Rick Lozano, and we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Rick. Downtown, the scene of where the action was last night. Right now, the action is in the Fairfax district. Our Bob DeCastro joins us on the phone from there. Bob, we understand you're near CBS Television City?
Hey there, Alex. Yeah, you had my picture earlier, I think, but here's what's something that's interesting is, you know, I was on our Live View app. We were using that cell phone technology. I'm on my cell phone right now. But to be honest, there are so many people out here on their cell phones. I think that's one of the complications here with technology also, and with people trying to document this at the same time. So I've actually pushed back a little bit further south. What I will tell you is, as I came from the West Hollywood area, there are a number of streets, especially along Beverly Boulevard, that are shut down. So they're trying to prevent people from going further. But to be perfectly honest, because of all the foot traffic now that's going along Beverly Boulevard, you're not going to get very far at all. Between Fairfax and Genesee is where it seems to be some of the hotbed of activity. And what I had seen there, as we got closer, you know, there were a number of people in the crowd, lots of young people, I will say. By and large, it is a peaceful protest. There are people lingering on the street. But, of course, with the officers here in their riot gear, and just because of the thing that they're protesting for, there is an underlying tension in the air, and they are saying, stop, don't shoot. So when you hear a rubber bullet that is being fired, And one thing I will say is it doesn't look like these police officers are just shooting rubber bullets right into the crowd. They look like they're deflecting them onto the ground, just sort of to make a lot of noise. And with these, the explosives that they use to propel these rubber bullets, it makes these loud noises. You see the flashes of smoke, and that's just to sort of like keep people a little bit at bay, to back them up a bit. In the time that I was here, it looked as if the crowd had been moving, had been sort of pushing the skirmish line of officers eastward toward Television City. So they started off on Fairfax. They were pushing them back toward Television City, and it almost looked as if all the officers were funneling into the parking lot of Television City. For anybody that knows Television City, where The Price is Right, a number of other shows that are taped there, it is all gated off. So it looks like a number of officers were sort of moving into that area, but these crowds were sort of pushing them in that direction. And then just a few moments ago, you can hear I'm a little bit out of breath because I wanted to keep a safe distance. You can hear some of the rubber bullets being fired, so we get pushed back a bit further. The crowds are being pushed back a bit further. I did hear some talk from some of the protesters. People are talking about organizers, but I don't really know who's organizing this. There's just a couple of people on megaphones that are screaming a bunch of stuff, and some people were saying that they wanted to move this westward, so that would be going towards the Beverly Center, towards the West Hollywood area. I can tell you I left the West Hollywood area, and it did seem that the Sheriff's Department there in West Hollywood also had some of their units that were out as well, in preparation that these crowds were going to go in that direction.
So Bobby,
by and large, go ahead.
It's Phil. It's Phil. So where are you actually right now, and what are you seeing in terms of the numbers of protesters?
So now I'm walking right back up towards Fairfax and Beverly, which is, I would say, like kind of the epicenter of where this was. You see like a number of burned cars, smoke rising into the air. You know, I can't count the number of protesters. It's hard to tell because, I mean, as I'm looking right now, there are people spray painting a lot of walls along Fairfax Avenue.
Because the scene we're showing a live picture.
There's a lot of people out here.
Yeah, we're showing a live picture from Skyfox, and it looks like the streets are still. Well, that intersection of Beverly and Fairfax, is that where that is? It looks like there's still a few hundred people there, but they seem like they're dispersing. There's less of a standoff.
Yeah.
Are you getting that sense?
And I would say that's a fair statement. There's a number of people who are still lingering, but lots of people are just kind of standing around and just hanging out, and lots of people are moving out of the area. And certainly as those rubber bullets are fired, people are moving out. And then you have that certain demographic, if you will, of looky-loos or people from all over Southern California who also see this on television. You know, but when we put this on air, people are wanting to come out and see it and be a part of it. So there's that element as well. So people are coming in. It's almost like you hear motorcycles here, little motorcycles, people in cars, literally just stopped at the intersection with their cell phones out, taking a look at this. So I'm approaching Beverly and Fairfax right now, and you know, there's a sizable crowd out here. I can't tell you how many, but there's a big crowd out here. But they're all over the streets, the alleyways, around the Fairfax area. So they're dispersed throughout this area, and people are kind of walking in, walking out, and you know, there's certainly going to be some people who are going to be lingering and hanging out here for some time.
Yeah, a lot of those people come out to see what it's going to be like, and then when the police start firing rubber bullets, some of them start leaving at that point. Bob, we're going to get back to you in 1 second, but we do want to restart things as we approach the top of the hour. A special edition of the Fox 11 News at 5 starts right now.
Police and protesters battling on the skirmish lines. Patrol cars in flames. The mayor of Los Angeles calling for calm.
Whether you wear a badge or whether you hold a sign, I'm asking all of Los Angeles to take a deep breath and to step back.
Now, Fox 11 special coverage of the unrest in Los Angeles.
And good evening and welcome to a special edition of the Fox 11 News at 5. I'm Alex Michelson.
I'm Phil Schuman with Alex Michelson. We're continuing our live coverage of protests in the Fairfax district. This is one of probably 30 protests in major cities nationwide following 500 arrests in downtown Los Angeles last night. Alex, a number of people arrested here. Several police cars have burned, police using less than lethal weapons to try to keep that crowd contained and move them out of the area, but they're still there.
Yeah, so let's talk about the latest as we reset at the top of the hour. Because of the violent protests, a curfew is now in effect for downtown LA from 8 o'clock tonight until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Mayor Garcetti, we've shown this live to you on the air, has pleaded with these protesters, go home, come back, do this peacefully another day, go home. You can see not many of them are listening to him. As you mentioned, several LAPD cruisers vandalized, burned, at least 2 set on fire that we showed on our air live. As you mentioned, more than 500 people arrested, 6 LAPD officers injured in last night's protests. Last night's protests also included vandalism and looting at several different stores in downtown Los Angeles. That is part of the reason why the mayor has asked for that protest. And Phil, as we've covered these incidents so often in the past, usually they really start to escalate when the sun goes down. It's unusual to see this much of an escalation in the middle of the day. Which is why I think there is so much concern about what is going to happen tonight.
Well, in a sense, that's a good thing if the protests have peaked and subsided somewhat. Just a huge number of LAPD resources there. From what we've seen compared to the past couple of hours, much less in terms of the numbers of crowds. Kevin Takumi has been overhead since all this began. Let's bring Kevin in now to give us an update from Skyfox from your perspective.
Yeah, Phil, most of the people that you see here are at Fairfax and Beverly. They were able to clear all the people that were at 3rd and Fairfax. All those people came to the north here up at Beverly. They set, well, the squad car that was on fire before, they set it on fire again. Fire department came in and put it out, but you can see LAPD has once again set up here, moved most of their field forces up to this intersection at the top here at Beverly and Fairfax. Now they had some people that were throwing rocks and bottles at them. They also have some folks here on the east side that they are starting to move in. They have made some arrests here on on Beverly here. They are starting to push forward and try to clear the area here. Some people have sat down in front of the officers, so they have started taking them into custody one at a time. They are talking about taking multiple people into custody here that do not move out of the way. If they sit down in front of them, they will be taken into custody. But you can see a lot of people here. They're starting to, some people are starting to go home and go to the north here off of Beverly. But most of the crowd now has moved up to Beverly and Fairfax. That is where they are standing face to face with officers. A couple of skirmish lines that they are holding at this point. Some people tried to move some trash dumpsters in the way here to use as shields from those rubber bullets. We had one officer that was injured. He was hit by something that was thrown. He was transported to Cedars-Sinai, and he's being taken a look at this point. But you can see now they're starting to make those orders that they're going to arrest, and a lot of people are starting to scatter now and starting to make their way back towards east on Beverly. But some people standing right in front of the officers here, but they are starting to move that skirmish line forward and starting to take some people into custody.
Do you know what prompted all those folks to just be running a few seconds ago?
I don't know exactly. I'm listening to them on the ground now, but they are just holding the side here, so I'm not sure why people started to run over here in that direction, but they started to run for that alleyway over there, unless somebody might have thrown, like we've heard several fireworks being thrown down below, so unless somebody lit a fireworks off and everybody started to run from that. But you can see this is the one intersection that LAPD is working on to clear right now with both LAPD and LA County Sheriff's Department.
So we're looking at Beverly and Fairfax, Kevin?
Yeah, the Beverly and Fairfax right here. You have CBS Studios right here off to the right side. They were making that a command post earlier, but then they backed off of it because a lot of people started taking over this intersection and that area. But they do have 2 skirmish lines, one to the west, one to the east here that they are started moving in. Once again,
Kevin,
some people are backing off.
Mayor Garcetti kept talking about restraint, the extraordinary restraint, both last night and today, that the LAPD has demonstrated. Are you seeing that?
Well, so far they've been holding these areas here, but they are once again, you know, they're making announcements down below that if you're going to hang around, they're giving them a time limit. You have like about now they're making another announcement again. I'm hearing that they have 10 minutes to clear out. If they're still here, they're going to be arrested. Doesn't matter if they're sitting in front. If they come in, if those two skirmish lines come together and you're in the middle of it, they're going to arrest them. They have multiple vans. They have multiple vans standing by, as well as a bus to take people into custody and transport them to be processed. But it sounds like they are going to start making arrests here.
A tense situation. Tevin Tatumi, thank you for your eyes in the sky. We will continue to get back to you and check in with you throughout the night as well. And you just hope that some of these folks listen to some of that law enforcement and we do not have this situation escalate even more, although it seems like some of them are not willing to listen, at least at this point. Christina Gonzalez, our reporter, is in the middle of it. I know some of the protesters have been giving her a hard time. Hopefully you're in a safer position now. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yes, actually, you know, I gotta say, they weren't so much giving us a hard time. They're just upset. It's nothing personal. It really isn't anything personal. But at this point, okay, so we moved up on Beverly to Alta Vista. And what you see behind us on this side, if we can, is that these are the people who are getting out of the way, finally. This is the area where things have definitely calmed down. We're about 5 blocks away. And hopefully they will be able to stop people from coming out of this area. Now, you were asking about some of the people and what their feelings are. Hold on a second. Let me see if these people want to... Are you guys okay? Can I talk to you a second? I just want to get a sense, because we were there with everybody else. First of all, you guys okay? The smoke didn't get... What's going through your heart right now? I mean, after seeing it evolve into this situation.
For the first time in 22 years of my life, I had to run from the police. And I would have never imagined that would be a reality ever for anyone. And I just can't imagine.
We're just doing what's right. I had to step up.
Go ahead.
We just needed to do what's right. We needed to make sure that we were being heard. Nobody seems to care, and a lot of bad things are happening right now. And we need to stand up and make sure that people understand what's going on and make change. We need to make change happen, because it's not going to just happen.
Now, one of the things that people have asked us when we're out here and when they see this and they're not part of the group, they visualize the looting and the anger, and they say, well, why are they doing that? That's not right. And I guess they don't understand what the point you guys are trying to make. Talk to me about that.
I think it just gets to a point where you can't do anything properly. You can't protest peacefully, and if you want to be heard.
No one's listening, no one's paying attention, and the more that we're silent, the more lives that are being lost and taken away senselessly. So we need to come out here and make a scene, and we need to be heard at whatever cost.
Thank you so much. I know you guys want to go ahead. Thank you so much. Be safe. And that's the point I'm trying to say. Those two people do not look like the people who were throwing bottles at the officers, yet they understand that kind of feeling. And as someone who has a lot of friends in the police department, I know how hard that is to hear. But this is an issue that is much bigger than just this particular protest. This is about nothing really happening in the eyes of the people throughout all the years where things keep on repeating themselves. And I just wanted to make sure that that got heard in there, because it's really difficult. With that said, there's a lot of really bad stuff going on over there. And some of those businesses that get hit during this were barely keeping it together with the COVID closures. And they're going to hurt. And the kind of scars that this is going to leave are going to be with us and in Minneapolis for a long time. You can still drive through areas of South Central. You know this, Phil. You know this, both of you. And see areas that have not recovered from 92 and 93. So it's a horrible thing,
right.
But they want to be heard.
And that's exactly what Mayor Garcetti was...
And they think this is the only way to do it.
That's what Mayor Garcetti was alluding to. He didn't want to see a repeat of 92 when 63 people were killed.
You know, I do think that at this point, it's going to take some really serious law enforcement to let people cool down, maybe? I don't know. I'm not the expert. I'm just a storyteller. I just bring it to you.
Well, we're
But
looking at
this
that
point,
live. We're
we
seeing
have gotten-
we're seeing law enforcement in that live picture as you're talking. We have your camera on the ground, and they have an aerial picture of the Fairfax and Beverly area, and it looks like people are starting to disperse.
They're going to have to. I mean, now you have a very large, massive force that is not kidding around. And that is that, you know, people need to understand that when they call it dispersal order, they mean it, and they will get people to move. And sometimes people are caught in this, and in the dispersal order, and they don't hear it, and they think I have a right to be here. And in the eyes of law enforcement, they don't.
Alex and Christina,
and that is where it gets ugly.
Let me ask both of you this. That protester that Christina just interviewed, that was excellent, but he said, no one's listening.
Yeah.
But people are listening.
Right.
Are they not?
Well, they're listening now. What she's saying is now they're listening because now things are burning, cars are being burned. But when they were protesting in front of Jackie Lacey's home every Wednesday for week after week after week after week after some of these issues, nobody seemed to be listening is what they are saying.
Right.
And I'm just trying to make that point. This is what they're trying to say.
And the point, you know, Jasmine Canick, who's a longtime activist and community leader here, was on our 7 o'clock show the other night, Phil, and made the point, if that man hadn't have been hit by the CHP cruiser on the freeway the other night, that story probably would not have been leading our newscasts. And
at the same time, it's true. She's right. At the same time, why does it have to get to this point? Why does it have to get to this point? Let me see if maybe some of these people who want to come by. Are you okay? You all right? You all right? Yeah, a lot of people got hit with that. Can I talk to you a second? Yeah, come on by. You know, I like your shirt. You know, what's going through your heart right now?
You know, right now I feel a lot of depression, actually. That's been going through my mind. I was just talking to my friend about it before I came over here.
Why is that?
Just because it's like, honestly, to keep watching black people get killed consistently. And it's just like, and I understand everyone being angry, but at the same point, it's just like every time I watch a protest, it seems like we lose focus on what we're actually doing.
And that is a point, because you do lose the message when this becomes this.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's understandable, though, at the same time, to where it's just like, I really wish we had better ways of expressing ourselves, but sometimes anger is the way that we go to most frequently. And, yeah, I don't know. It's something that I feel has been brewing for a while, so when I see it happen, it makes sense at the end of the day.
If I may ask, how old are you?
I'm 28.
So how many of these things have you lived through at this point already at your young age?
More than I can count. So it just gets to a point of, I don't know, it's just like, I can see it so many times, and it's happened in our past too, to where it's just like, what, at the end of the day, like, what's getting accomplished? One of my friends said, you know, if we want to protest outside a politician's house. Like, imagine that. That'd probably be better for them, honestly.
Well, it's interesting, too, because I was here from the beginning of the protest, and how many, 5,000, 6,000 people, and it was peaceful until the end there, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I kind of came at the end. I actually came to go see if one of my friends was all right, because he had been here since the beginning. And I live in there. Yeah, from what I just talked to him, he said he's all right.
You know, what do you think it comes down to? If you had the power, if I gave you right now that magic wand, and I said, okay, what do we have to do to make this get better?
Be human. You know, like, actually think about another person, have empathy. I think that's what ends up happening. Like, I've had my own problems with police officers before, and it's always the lack of empathy. It's just like, there's no treating me like I'm another human being, that you're talking to me and that you're trying to, like, I know my rights at the end of the day, so I know when I'm being slighted. And it's continuously, it's a problem that persists and has been persisting for years. So it's like, you have to literally go back. If I had the power, I would go back in time and just say, hey, we all know what the police are really for. So it's just like, let's just try and figure out a way to get it to where it's fair for everyone.
I wish you did have the power. Thank you so much for talking to me, hon. You take care. You take care. Be safe, please. You know, and at this point, it's just, you listen to the voices of people, and everybody seems to make sense.
Yeah.
But we're not all politicians. We're not the ones in charge. It's a really difficult thing.
The ones that don't make sense, Christina, are the ones that won't talk with you, unfortunately. And those are a lot of the people that are causing the problems.
Yeah, even some of them did earlier. We're going to try to see if maybe we can get this package we put together back to you.
Okay.
Because they even have a point of view. It's not one I agree with, but sometimes we need to listen.
Right. All right.
Because we should have known this was coming. I knew this was coming. We talked about it.
Yeah.
But the important thing right now is to let people know, look, we have a situation in the Fairfax district. It is still very much of an ongoing situation where you're looking at, and you see those people over there, they're heading over to the madness. And that is the nature sometimes of people. We're going to just head over to see what's going on. Don't do that. If you're watching this, go home, because you could get hurt. Here's another young man who's heading that way, and they want to be part of it somehow. They believe that by being part of it, maybe they can change something. Now, with me, Haley Winslow, who is my colleague. Come over here, because she just made it really quickly. Haley, really quickly, how long did it take you to get here, and how bad traffic is, so people know?
Well, I've been following and listening to the coverage on the way here, and I got here late. You've been here all day, but turning onto Beverly Boulevard, I kind of took a deep breath and said, okay, here we go. And I turned on it, and all of a sudden, you see the smoke, you see the cop car on fire, you hear people yelling, and just as you go down Beverly Boulevard, it was just getting worse and worse and scarier and scarier. And I got out trying to find you guys, and all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. I mean, there was...
it was pretty crazy. They're asking us to move on because I think they need to go to something going on down there. But you know what? We're going to keep our eye on this, and we will get back some stuff to you. Just avoid the area.
All right.
Avoid it.
Christina
Back to you
Gonzalez,
guys.
thank you. And it's definitely valuable to hear from all the different perspectives that are out there. Are we now going to go to Mayor Garcetti? Okay, so this is Mayor Garcetti speaking a little earlier today, urging these people to go home. Take a listen.
Let us learn the lessons. Let us rehumanize each other, whether it's somebody who was yelling at a police officer or whether it was a police officer. Let's find the common humanity between each other at this moment. It is the only thing that will get us to justice. It is the only way we can protect liberty, and it is the only way that we can save lives.
The plea from Mayor Eric Garcetti. We're now joined on the phone by longtime civil rights activist, Fox 11 legal analyst, friend of our station, Leo Terrell, who we've spoken to often in these days during this whole situation since the death of George Floyd. Leo, as you look at these pictures, what are you thinking about?
Well, first of all, my pleasure. I've been watching your excellent coverage throughout the day. I see a decision that's going to have to be made on a consistent basis. They're going to have to, the police is going to have to exercise patience, but they're going to have to make some arrests sooner than later. They arrested over 400 people yesterday, but they released them, and that may send the wrong signal. My biggest concern is the safety of the city of Los Angeles, the safety of people, property damage, property that's owned by Angelenos. So I want to encourage the need to arrest individuals who are committing crimes. There's a need to get this thing under control, and I hope personal pride or political pride doesn't get in the way of getting the most effective way of resolving this, and that may be the call in the National Guard.
Leo, Phil Schuman here. Well, the mayor has already ruled that out at this point, but you talk about calling for arrests. They arrested 500 people last night, yet we see this today. So arrests don't seem to be an effective strategy.
Well, Phil, in response, the arrests were made, and then these people were released the next day. And I think that sends the wrong message. The detention of these individuals should have maintained throughout the weekend. So that's my biggest concern. And what we have seen the last 24 hours, 48 hours is problems throughout the city, throughout the nation, where local law enforcement has been unable to resolve these issues. Bring in the National Guard in Minnesota, and they still had a problem. And so what I think right now, if we're being objective, is that the local law enforcement is not able to handle this overwhelming response. And let me be very clear. There's universal acceptance of the outrageous conduct of those officers that led to the death of George Floyd. But the biggest concern right now is how do we effectively put it in, and we have to not only use the word protester, but we have to use the word, how do we put an effective end to those criminals who are out there creating property damage and loss of life?
Are you surprised to see this, Leo? This reaction, especially since the officer has been charged with murder?
I am surprised that the continuation, Phil. I don't understand it. You have an officer, and people don't. As a civil rights attorney for 30 years, this officer was arrested within 4 days of the incident. That is super fast. You can ask any civil rights attorney that. And as you also know, Phil, because you cover trials, they will amend the complaint. They might add another charge against this officer, and they're going to add and probably arrest and charge the other officer. But it's a process, and like I said, anyone who handles criminal trials or covered criminal trials, you know it's a process, and this is quite fast. I would submit to you, Phil, and the Fox 11 viewers, that some of the people out there have a legitimate concern. But when people utter the phrase of Dr. King saying that riot is the last resort, I don't think riot is the last resort for people stealing liquor, cigarettes. Those people are not protesters. Unfortunately, those people are criminals.
What do you think is the most effective way to get the message out? Because a lot of people feel like they tried the peaceful protest thing for years and years, and these African-American men are still being killed, and the police are not going away for murder. What do you think is the most effective way to get the message out?
That is a great question, and I've been, for the last 25 years, I can summarize it very, very succinctly. As I mentioned throughout, you cannot have the district attorney prosecute bad police officers because they rely on police officers for evidence against the common citizen. You must have, and we're talking when the mayor talks about, you know, the problems of the city of LA. You might recall a couple of weeks ago there was an LAPD officer who was beating up a young man in East LA. We have to change the disciplinary system for police officers by having an independent prosecutor. In addition, I would like to see all politicians, Democrats, Republicans, come out and not just talk about the protesting, but to talk about the agitators. We call them agitators. I would have to call them criminals, and we have to call them out. And I would like to see a larger focus and a feature of Democratic politicians and Republican politicians out talking that these people should not be on the street.
Leo, who speaks for the African-American community in this regard in Southern California? It seems like we have a couple of the organizers of Black Lives Matter, and they are in the lead, at least in terms of the media and organizing these things, but we don't see any other leadership from the community, do we?
Phil, perfect question. Let me answer your first part. Who speaks for the African-American community? Let me give you the answer. No one. No one. We are not a monolithic one voice. And there are people who like to take that role. And sometimes the media does a disservice to the African-American community when they ask this question. How does the African-American community feel? I can give you my opinion, Phil, as a civil rights attorney, as a lawyer, as a person who's been in the community. But I don't speak for the African-American community, and no one should have that mantle. But I do believe, Phil, that there should be a collection of all the black city council members, the supervisors, the state legislators, the congressmen. They all should be out there speaking to their constituents, saying we have to stop the criminal conduct. Protesting instead. Phil, I would be the first one out there supporting First Amendment rights for people to peacefully protest. But why are we ignoring the unlawful conduct of some of these individuals who are committing crimes? Again, people have used Dr. King's name and misplaced. Riot is the last resort of the unheard. That was not intended for people, as I said, stealing liquor, beer, cigarettes. Wrong approach.
Yeah, and of course, Dr. King accomplished most of his legislative action through nonviolent protest, one of the greatest examples in terms of effectively pushing through legislation from the outside in almost all of American history. And it was nonviolent protests that made things like the Voting Rights Act actually signed into law. Leo, thank you for your perspective. I'm sure we will check in with you throughout the night. Thank you for your perspective over the last few days as well. I got some breaking news I want to share with everybody. We have already heard from the mayor of Los Angeles that there's a curfew in place in downtown Los Angeles from 8 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. We've just heard from the mayor of Beverly Hills that there will be a curfew in the city of Beverly Hills tonight from 8 p.m. until 5:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. The mayor of Beverly Hills saying in a statement that just went out, I'm asking everyone to stay at home. Thousands of protesters marched through our city streets on Saturday to call attention to the devastating circumstances surrounding the death of George Floyd. Well, most of the protesters were peaceful. There were no injuries. There were multiple incidents of vandalism in this city. The safety of the Beverly Hills community remains our top priority at all times. That's Mayor Les Friedman from Beverly Hills. So that is yet another city. Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills has been shut down to pedestrians and traffic, as you're seeing on your screen right now. So our coverage continues now. We are going to go to, if you guys can tell me where we're heading next. We're going to Kevin Takumi, who is in Skyfox, has been for the last several hours. Kevin, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, you can see that we're looking at 3rd Street now, south side of the Farmers Market. Most of the crowd is kind of dispersed in all kind of 4 directions here, away from Television City. They still have one group that is here at Edinburgh and 3rd Street. They're still, LAPD is just still holding that group there at the corner. They have not made any push for it right now, but right now, they do have all of that activity that was going on at Beverly and Fairfax has pushed off to the north. Now, most of the people, they have scattered off to the north, up Fairfax here. They're now up at Oakwood, but the groups are starting to splinter off very slowly here. LAPD is still holding it. You can see their field forces out there holding off of Oakwood there, but the bulk of the crowd is kind of scattered in 4 directions. There have been several arrests they've made along Beverly and on Fairfax, but now this group, you have one group to the north, one group to the south. A lot of the people went home, heading back down 3rd towards Pan Pacific Park, where this all started this afternoon. But this is about all that's left is about 2 groups here. One group of about 300 to 400 people, another group here of about 300 people on the north side. But LAPD is slowly getting more and more resources in here to disperse the crowd.
And as part of that, Kevin, it seems like periodically from your shot, we will see a group of people running. We should assume that the LAPD is probably doing something to make that happen.
Well, actually, I mean, it's hard to say exactly why. We've seen people just like take off running, and LAPD has not fired any rubber bullets or anything like that. People just like take off and start running to. So it's inexplicable of exactly what they're running around for. But they're in a group for once, and then they start running off in some direction, and then they kind of filter and come back to these gathering locations. So we don't know exactly why they start running, but a lot of them start doing. But right now they're holding Fairfax here, but you can see LAPD slowly moving in, clearing out the area bit by bit here as they move north on Fairfax now.
Well, and some of that may go to the sort of mob mentality as well. When you're in there and you see somebody start running, you think something's happening, and you don't really know what's happening. There's a lot of confusion sometimes in these tense situations. All right, Kevin, we will check back in with you in a moment. We're going to go to downtown Los Angeles, where the mayor said there will be a curfew in place tonight. Last night, lots of arrests. Rick Lozano is there. Rick, have you seen or heard of any problems there yet so far tonight?
Yeah, not just yet, Alex, and we would hope that would be the case through the course of the evening. The curfew that you mentioned that the mayor spoke of earlier will begin at 8 o'clock tonight and run until 5:30 tomorrow morning. Now, from time to time, in the time that we've been here, we've heard some sirens through the downtown area along the 110 freeway, which is right below us here. But without being able to see into the middle of downtown Los Angeles from our vantage point, we can only assume that all is peaceful there, at least for the time being. No evidence of protesters making their way toward downtown. If and when that happens, LAPD is going to be ready. The mayor says that the city will have plenty of personnel and resources on hand to handle any occurrence. He says the city will not tolerate mob mentality. Officers will use force that is necessary to maintain the peace. No National Guard either, and he says that the curfew will last for only one night. Again, 8 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And as we swing it back over here, from memory, and that's all I'm going from at this point. The last time there was a curfew for Los Angeles to any extent, I believe, and I could be wrong about this, but I want to harken back to the 1992 riots after the Rodney King incident there. And being an old sportscaster as I am, you know, I kind of liken what's going on here to an old baseball cliche, and that is to hit them where they ain't. And in this case, it seems that the organizers of these protesters are trying to hit them where they ain't. Hold these protests, at least to begin with, where there is no law enforcement in place to get things started with, so that they can have the upper hand for as long as they can, and then have the police or law enforcement respond to those situations. In any case, all quiet on the downtown front for now. We'll keep an eye on things through the course of the evening. I'm Rick Lozano in downtown Los Angeles. We'll send it back to you.
Rick, it's always great to have your experience both in news and sports with us tonight. Also want to give some news just in the city of West Hollywood, saying that they will likely impose a curfew at 8 p.m. tonight. The city tweeting out that they will be doing so in an overabundance of caution. We don't have any reports of major problems yet in the city of West Hollywood. It's interesting, last night on our 10 o'clock news, our reporter Ed Lascos was live in West Hollywood with the story of some of the restaurants that were set to reopen this weekend and bars set to reopen. Of course, that's one of the most popular places for nightlife, which has been essentially shut down for the last 2 months because of coronavirus. LA County got the go-ahead just yesterday to start opening things up again, and unfortunately during the first weekend where those places were set to reopen, now it appears that there will be a curfew in effect. So a confluence of bad news as 2020 continues here. We are looking at a picture on the left side of your screen is actually a live view picture being held by our colleague Bob DeCastro. Bob, can you hear us now?
I can hear you if you can hear me.
Yeah, so what are you looking at? It looks like it's gotten a little tense there.
This is really interesting because this is right in front of Cantor's Deli. And the people of Cantor's Deli have taken out their cart now. They're handing out bottles of water to some of the protesters here. I can tell you, if you walk along the Fairfax district and you walk along many of the stores here, you know, they have security guards. Some of the storefronts are being tagged as we go along here. But what I will tell you is I moved from that location, which was really the epicenter of where this was, which was Fairfax and Beverly and Television City. And now this whole group is on the move. They sort of splintered because there was a group that's still hanging out at that intersection at Fairfax and Beverly, some of them on top of cars. What I will say, and here's the thing, you know, standing amongst the crowd, it is by and large a peaceful protest. It is a peaceful protest. I see, like I said, just as I speak right now, people tagging some of the storefronts. I won't show you what they're actually tagging, but you know, there are these things that are happening here. But by and large, in terms of violence against police officers, I have not seen. And likewise, on the flip side, the officers that I have seen have shown incredible restraint. There have been no orders that have been given from megaphones from any of the officers at all. No one has said to disperse or to back off or anything like that. They haven't said anything. And every now and again, you'll see an officer, and they all have very identifiable rubber bullet guns, and they will fire them on the ground to deflect it on the ground and sort of to ward off or have people back off when some of the protesters who might be a little bit more heated get a little closer. But by and large, this has been a quote-unquote peaceful protest. That's at least what I've observed here so far. A number of cars that have been burned in that intersection. The fire department, the LA Fire Department here, responded to those, and they have put those out. And it looks like some of the people here are now on the move. They are sort of dispersing, and now it looks like they're going toward the Melrose area. So this is walking into the north direction near Fairfax High School. a large group now moving towards that direction.
Well, and of course you see in almost every major story we ever cover, Bob, there is so much more good than there is bad. You see that the kindness and generosity of the folks from Cantor's Deli, who not only have great hot pastrami, but are very kind by handing out the water today, and that most people are good and want this, are out there for the right reason. Unfortunately, there are some people that ruin it for everybody else. All right, it sounds like it's starting to get maybe a little hairy where Bob is right now. We will get back to Bob in a bit. So we are looking live at pictures. It's now just past 5:30. Let's reset things for you if you're just tuning in on this Saturday. I'm Alex Michelson here for special coverage during our Fox 11 News at 5. It has been a day of extraordinary protests in the streets of Los Angeles. Here are some of the headlines for right now. A curfew is in effect for downtown L.A., also in effect for Beverly Hills and West Hollywood tonight from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. The mayor of Los Angeles, Mayor Garcetti, was on our air not too long ago pleading with protesters, saying, go home. You have a right to be out there. We want to hear what you have to say. This has gotten out of hand today. Go home. Basically, come back tomorrow. Part of the reason that he did that was several LAPD cruisers were vandalized and burned in the Fairfax district, not too far from the Grove, if you're familiar with that area. And the big headline from last night, if you watched this live with us last night at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, more than 500 people were arrested last night in downtown Los Angeles. 6 LAPD officers were injured in that. There was a whole lot of looting that happened as well. Here's some of the pictures from earlier in the day. You see some of those police cruisers that were torched by some of the protesters. We also did see some of the LAPD officers that were sort of battering back some of the protesters when things got especially tense, trying to move them out of the Fairfax district. At this point, that massive crowd that we saw earlier in the day has mostly been dispersed, and what's left are, you know, some of the more extreme people and a lot of good folks too, but we are not seeing the numbers that we were seeing there. The question is what's going to happen once there's nightfall. This is some pictures, of course, from last night in downtown Los Angeles, and look at that scene there, all of that looting. This is some of the folks today boarding up some of those businesses in downtown Los Angeles. You know, these are a lot of innocent folks who trying to do the right thing. You know, last night they were told to leave their businesses in downtown Los Angeles, not go there. Some of those businesses were unprotected, and then they were looted. Christina Gonzalez has been covering this all day for us. She's been talking with protesters all day. Christina, where are you at now, and what are you seeing now?
We are at Beverly, and this is Alta Vista, and definitely a lot more people are leaving than trying to get in. Definitely we're seeing the crowd, at least from this perspective. You see a better shot from the helicopter, but from this perspective, you have quite a few people just getting out of the way. Now, as we told you earlier, we were right there when this whole thing started to go bad, and we happened to be talking to people about the possibility of it getting to this point, for lack of a better word, that's what the word they were using, that could go bad. And let's just show you. Firefighters try to get water on a burning police unit at Beverly and Fairfax. Protesters gather around as police try to keep everyone away from the intersection and the other units. But this was the scene at the same intersection just minutes before. The same officers, fist-bumping marchers, even as a large group stopped at Fairfax and 3rd to make speeches, stopping all traffic. Things escalating 3 hours into the march, some people climbing onto the farmers market structures to set off smoke bombs. From the air, you can see the enormous numbers of people, a crowd in the thousands that went back for at least 8 blocks at one point. But no one seemed too surprised at what happened. Not here, not even last night in downtown Los Angeles, when groups of protesters started fires, looting stores. Today, as merchants cleaned up and had broken windows boarded up, some put it this way.
There was all cultures in that rioting last night. Yes, it's not right, but we're talking about buildings. You guys are interviewing me off of something that's glass. We can replace glass, but I can't replace my life. If you care about our lives, stop killing innocent people.
Another flashpoint today, the Minneapolis officer whose image kneeling on the neck of George Floyd bailed out last night.
And out on $500,000 bail last night. There's 3 more cops that are not arrested. And they will be arrested, but they're going to get out on bail again. And what's going to happen? They're not going to be prosecuted. They're going to get on. Of course not. This is the same thing. This is our 10th time doing this in our lifetime, and we're not even 30 yet. This is ridiculous. It's insane.
So when she sees the looting and the burning.
I'm not looting personally. As you see, I'm out here peaceful protesting, but I support my brothers and sisters that are. In order for us to really make noise, it has to hit them where it hurts.
And that, to these people, is economically, sadly. Now, what you're seeing behind us is a lot of units are beginning to head back towards the area of Fairfax and Beverly, that whole area, that flashpoint, that you can see more and more people just leaving. But I've seen less cars coming this way, which means they may have another block. Now, one question that we're getting from a lot of people where I'm at, which is the Fairfax district, is why, and one I cannot answer, but perhaps you guys can for our viewers, is how come downtown LA has a curfew, Beverly Hills and West Hollywood, but not the Fairfax district and Los Angeles as a whole? As a matter of fact, I think I see a whole bunch of police units coming this way towards us. And if Joe, you can give them, Joe has been doing an amazing job today. Here you go. And usually this is what tells us that some people are facing off in some capacity, and probably best for that will be our helicopter picture. But again, things are far from over, and people in the Fairfax district, which is Los Angeles, are asking me, why isn't this area also in the curfew at this point, which I believe is 8 o'clock. So passing that on. But so far, it's still a pretty volatile situation. Avoid the area if at all possible. I'm Christina Gonzalez, live, Fairfax district. Back to you guys.
Well, and you also wonder if it would actually be possible to enforce a curfew for the entire city of Los Angeles with 4 million people in it, and as large as it is, if the LAPD even has the resources to try to pull something like that off. Christina, thank you. A nice job in getting that story together quickly in the midst of all that chaos. Nice job to your photographer as well for the quick and excellent work there. Kevin Takumi, it looks like police are trying to hold a line here. He's joining us live from Skyfox. What are you looking at right now?
Yeah, this is the parking lot of the Whole Foods at 3rd and Fairfax. This is one of the portions of the crowd that is kind of reorganized here. People kind of came in different directions through the parking lot and kind of made their way back to into the parking lot here. So they've got LAPD bringing in more resources in here to form that skirmish line to hold them from going back into the intersection. Like I said earlier, they took over the whole entire intersection, but LAPD was able to push them back. So right now they're holding this intersection here at 3rd and Fairfax. They're also holding the intersection off to the west back here at Edinburgh and 3rd. And then most of the people that is made their way north on Fairfax, and they're making their way, but still walking, and the crowd is kind of dissipating a bit as they make their way north on Fairfax, up by Melrose. They're approaching Melrose, but the crowd is starting to thin out a little bit there where Bob DeCastro was. But these are the biggest crowds right now that are still in the area here.
At least a dozen different LAPD vehicles that were damaged at 3rd and Fairfax. So that was the scene of problems before. We're now looking at another chopper shot. We have 2 choppers in the air right now. This is a live picture from Beverly Hills. And of course, one of the most iconic streets in America, Rodeo Drive. There's been a tremendous amount of chatter online about threats of trying to loot Rodeo Drive, and of course, some of the most expensive stores in the country. We see police are in effect out there trying to stop that from happening. We know that a curfew has been imposed tonight for 8 o'clock in the city of Beverly Hills, and the police in Beverly Hills are going to do everything in their power to try to keep those protesters away from that area. So we will continue to monitor the situation in Beverly Hills as well. Meanwhile, there are protests that are happening all over the country. We're seeing reports of looting widespread in Chicago. We're seeing reports of more protests, of course, in Minneapolis, the scene of George Floyd's death. We're seeing protests all over the country as the anger continues. On the top left of your corner, you're looking at a picture right now that my colleague Bob DeCastro is shooting on his phone. Bob, you guys are on the move now.
Yeah, can you hear me? I just backed up a little bit. So
yes.
We are on Melrose. So this is a fairly large group that came from that intersection of Fairfax and Beverly. We talked a little bit about what's going to go on in Beverly Hills and the concerns there that groups are moving to Beverly Hills. This is moving towards the West Hollywood direction. I'll show you down Melrose. There's a Pacific Design Center all the way in the distance over there. We're approaching Crescent Heights, and this is a fairly large group of people. Now, in front of this storefront here, what I'm looking at is a clothing store, I believe, that has been smashed. It's the second storefront that I have seen that has been smashed. The windows have been broken, but there's actually a person standing in front of that. One of the protesters with his sign standing up. It says Black Lives Matter, Justice for George Floyd. And he is telling people, do not go into the store, do not loot the store. It's not something that we should be doing. So he has kind of taped that entrance that has been smashed and is asking people to keep moving and do not take anything from this store. So, we've seen moments where we've seen people tagging. We've seen a couple of storefronts that have been smashed. We've seen a lot of tagging, and if you go down Fairfax tomorrow, you probably likely will see a lot of storefronts that are tagged, and then of course those police cars that are torched as well. But by and large, I would say that so far this is a peaceful protest. What I would say is that everything is seemingly kind of hanging on a thread. That if there is one instigator, if there's one, when you have those skirmish lines of police officers who are, I will tell you, with people screaming in front of their faces, throwing water bottles at them, throwing things at them, they have stood the line. They have not flinched, and I have seen them shoot those rubber bullets to the ground to back people off. But we haven't heard anything from them. They haven't said disperse. They haven't said anything. They just are letting people protest at this point. So it's hanging on its right. Because what I would say is that if there was any kind of violence that was met on any of those officers, then I'm certain that there could be some sort of a trigger point that could really turn all of this on a dime. So that's really what the underlying concern is here, that this could turn a different way. And one other thing, Alex, I wanted to point out that just walking amongst the crowd here, I mean, a lot of young people, so many young, very young people who you'd wonder, do their parents even know that they're out here right now? But people want to be part of it. They're taking their Instagram and social media pictures because they want to be a part of it. But by and large, there's large crowds here wanting to be sort of like part of this moment in history. So that's kind of what we're seeing here. And now the crowd on the move towards the West Hollywood area along Melrose, where the crowd now just passing Crescent Heights.
Wow, and Bobby, that's pretty extraordinary leadership you showed us by that man holding up his sign and stopping that looting from happening. Just sort of one man's ability to do that is pretty extraordinary. You are somebody who has been reporting for several decades now in the streets of Los Angeles and New York City. Can you put this moment in historical context and sort of what this moment feels like for you?
Yeah, for a lot of these people, I'm sure this is a long time coming. You feel the pain, you feel the exhaustion, you feel the real desire for some real change in the systemic policing of minorities and minority communities. But I also I'm a supporter of the police department also as well, because the police department has tried to make great changes with community policing, and as Mayor Garcetti pointed out in that press conference there too, you know, these are people's family members. These are mothers, daughters, brothers, sisters, fathers, and police departments like Los Angeles have made great strides to try and recruit minority officers. I know one of the top recruiters in the LAPD, and one of the things they really specifically look for are people of color, women. They want to make sure that they get people who are who the communities can really identify with. So there has been change. It hasn't been fast enough, and certainly when you have a moment like that is so horrible and horrific that people can't grasp, and people are just so fed up with it. You know, you could understand the anger here, but I do understand the young people here wanting to be a part of it. You know, if you look at through history and all the protests that have happened through the great history of this country, it has been the young people that have affected change. So, you know, they have a right to protest, and we just hope they do it peacefully and that no one is hurt in any of this.
Well, Bob,
so far, like I said, it's been peaceful.
We appreciate your contributions, and we appreciate your stamina as you walk through the streets of Los Angeles today, getting more than that 10,000 step goal as you've been on the move all day today. We will check back in with you. We also want to bring into our coverage my co-anchor, Christine Devine, who is here as well. Hello, Christine.
Hi, Alex. Not the Saturday that we had possibly thought of at the start of the week.
Yeah.
We're watching these protests here. I was speaking to someone who actually lives down there in that neighborhood, and he kind of did a live FaceTime with me and said, look, I walked out my door and this is what's happening. I asked, are you safe? He said, yes, we're safe. Is it dispersing? He said, not so much. So, you know, it depends at what time of day you actually come to that location there. He actually was at work and made his way back to his neighborhood, said he had a hard time getting through the neighborhoods. I'm thinking, too, of all the residents that live in the areas of these protests. We saw the one downtown earlier this week, and then now we're in the Fairfax district.
Well, and speaking of those protesters, we actually have one of them that's joining us on the phone. Her name is Priscilla Lee. We understand she was out at the protests and then decided to leave when some of the police started moving in. Priscilla, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for sharing your views. Talk to us about your day and what you experienced.
Well, I went out there today to protest against police brutality, to protest against the killing of Black people with impunity. I'm just tired and I'm fed up, and I wanted to stand with everyone in solidarity against our lives just being lost. It's not fair, it's not right, and I'm happy that I did. And, you know, going out there, being peaceful and seeing how aggressive the police acted towards us made me know that what I was doing was right.
Priscilla, let me ask you this question. You say the police and their actions. What did you see with the protesters that made you think that it was the police that were more of the aggressors?
Well, I was in the middle of the protest. We were marching peacefully. We were chanting. There were drums playing in the background. There were just a lot of energy in regards to the lives of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and all of the other, Breonna Taylor, there's so many names. So, you know, it was calling out of the names, and we're walking, and we were getting to Fairfax on 3rd Street, and then there was just a stop. We couldn't move. And so eventually we were kind of able to ease up a little bit into going toward Fairfax. And we heard that the cops were in front and they weren't letting people leave because essentially the cops separated us. There were thousands of us just flowing peacefully with our signs. And then we just were stopped at Fairfax for like 20 minutes. And so apparently they separated us. So we tried to go around into the Mendocino Farms parking lot to get to the other side. And that's when they started firing tear gas. Nobody was doing anything outside of just being peaceful. And now we're running. And there were children there. Children. And they're firing at us. So we had to run out of the commotion. But it became so intense that it almost felt like we were trapped, because once we were able to get onto Fairfax, there was another police setup down on Fairfax in Beverly, and there was they were out there with their tear gas guns, and people were scared. It was very intimidating.
Did you see any of those police cruisers that were lit on fire? We've seen at least a dozen different police cruisers that were damaged or destroyed today.
I saw one that was on Fairfax in Beverly. That's how we were able to, and I hate to use this word, escape, because it felt like we were being boxed in by the police. And, you know, when you're in that type of environment, it's very scary because you don't know what to do. And considering the fact that there have been so many police killings, you worry if that's going to be you, if this is going to be that day, if this energy that we're seeing right now is going to be put onto you.
So Priscilla, we know you came out because you wanted it to be heard. So we got you on the air now. What is your main message that you want to get out there? What is the message you want officials to hear? What's your bottom line point?
Stop killing black people. And if you kill black people, you need to be arrested, you need to be prosecuted, and there needs to be justice. We need to stop with what's happening right now. It's not fair, it's not right for these generation of children to see that we are still being killed like this. This isn't something that is new. This is the American way. The system is not broken. The system is working just fine, and that's what the problem is. And so we need to fix well, no, we don't need to fix the system. We need a new system. We need change. We need to actually be seen as people. And I went out there because I'm a black person, and I want to be seen as a human. I shouldn't have to say Black Lives Matter. I shouldn't have to tell you to stop killing me. I am a human. I want to be treated as a human. I want my life to matter. That's what we need to do. I want my life to matter.
Priscilla, are you a follower of Black Lives Matter? Have you been to a protest before? Is this your first time?
I have been. I've been to numerous Black Lives Matter protests, and this is the first time I have ever experienced this level of aggression from the police before. I'm appalled. I'm absolutely appalled because the energy of Black Lives Matter, I don't care what people try to say, it is peaceful, it is loving, because all they want is to say that Black Lives Matter. So if we're out there just saying that, and this is what we get back, and when you see it, it's not just in Los Angeles, it's in Salt Lake City, it's in Chicago, it's in New York, it's in Atlanta, it's in Miami, it's happening across the country. So there must be a systemic problem that we are facing right now, because I've never experienced that, and I've been very active for a lot of hit the tipping point for right now. There's so many things coming together. There's another death during quarantine. The fact that black people are dying during quarantine, that is something that is just like, what more can we do?
Right.
What else can we possibly do?
And part of the unfortunate reality is some of that important message that you have is sometimes lost with some of the other agitators that come out that may not even be part of Black Lives Matter, who are lighting police cars on fire or vandalizing random stores throughout downtown Los Angeles.
I'm so happy you said that, because we definitely noticed some people there that looked like they didn't belong. They were just standing there together. They looked suspicious. I mean, if black people could look suspicious, I'm definitely saying that these group of bald white men with tattoos on their necks and hands,
Yep.
wearing all black and face masks, were very suspicious. They were not engaged at all. They were just standing around looking, peeping the scene. And so that's what's really unfortunate, is because there's a real movement happening. There's a real energy happening within the community. And it was really beautiful to see black, brown, white, all different types of races all coming together to fight for black lives. So to know that the agitators are out there giving us a bad name, because unfortunately black people are going to get blamed for that, not the agitators.
Priscilla, that is what I keep hearing today. Those are the texts that I am getting from people. The concern is, who are all of these people out there? Are they truly protesting for the right message, the right cause? What is their motivation to be out there? And so you feel like you witnessed a bit of that yourself.
And we appreciate, yeah. And Priscilla, as we approach the top of the hour, we just want to say thank you for sharing your views and for being with us, and hopefully we can check back in with you as in the days ahead. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We
Thank
appreciate
you guys
it.
for having me.
Thank you, Priscilla Lee, one of the protesters out there, who's a supporter of Black Lives Matter as well. So we want to reset now as we approach the top of the hour. We are awaiting a press conference from LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. Welcome to special breaking news coverage here on the Fox 11 News. I'm Alex Michelson with Christine Devine, and this is a special edition of the Fox 11 News at 6.
We are watching.
Police and protesters battling on the skirmish lines. Patrol cars in flames. The mayor of Los Angeles calling for calm.
Whether you wear a badge or whether you hold a sign, I'm asking all of Los Angeles to take a deep breath and to step back.
Now, Fox 11 special coverage of the unrest in Los Angeles.
And good evening, I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Christine Devine. We thank you so much for being with us. We've been watching yet another day of protests here in the city of Los Angeles. We talked about the protests that were in the downtown area earlier this week. Now we are in the Fairfax district, where there's still a crowd out there today. If you tuned in to Fox 11 earlier this afternoon, you saw that this crowd was, I would say, probably much larger. You can see the LAPD police line there trying to keep that crowd back, as we've seen police cars that have been burned and definitely tagged. Alex?
And we are seeing multiple protests throughout Los Angeles. We've also seen in the last half hour some protesters arriving in the Beverly Hills area. We do know that curfews are now in place for downtown Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, and West Hollywood tonight at 8 p.m. In the Fairfax district, that is where we have seen the most protesters today. We've also seen more than a dozen police vehicles that have been damaged. This is now going live to downtown Los Angeles, a news conference about to begin with the Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Alex Villanueva. Let's listen in.
First, I'd like to introduce the Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Alex Villanueva.
Thank you, Captain Valdez, and good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Sheriff's Department, the County of Los Angeles, what we want to wish everyone from this point forward is a sense of calm, a sense of peace, a sense of slowing down, and appreciate what we have and we're working very hard to build on. And our hearts go out to the family of George Floyd. It is an outrage, the fact that only one person is arrested and not the other three. We need to see justice served there, and we're going to demand that justice. We want everyone fully accountable. And that's something that, as sheriff, I expect that of the profession of law enforcement. Every chief of police, every sheriff throughout the nation expects the same thing. And justice will be served, but we have to have patience while the justice is served. And here locally at home, I'm seeing the images, everyone's seeing the images on TV of the Fairfax district. We're working shoulder to shoulder with the Los Angeles Police Department. We're providing support for their efforts, and we're working across the county in different areas that have seen these protests. And it's a simple message and a simple rule. Everyone enjoys that First Amendment right to protest the actions of government, no matter where they occur and throughout our entire great nation. But we have to do it in a manner that's peaceful, that it respects everyone else's First Amendment rights, everyone else's rights to property, to be free from harm or injury. So if you're going to protest, we're here to support you. Do so peacefully in a way that you're not going to be in jeopardy, and the way you're not going to harm other people. And for those that came here just for the thrill of creating problems, of vandalizing, it's not going to work. And everyone here is an Angelino, our county residents, recognize that that there's people within your ranks that are protesting. They're not there to protest for a legitimate cause like the tragic death of George Floyd. They're there to create anarchy, and we're not going to support that. And I need civic leaders throughout Los Angeles County to stand up and denounce them. Let's focus on the point at hand, which is to remember George Floyd, remember who he is, what he represents, hold people accountable for his tragic death, and then that way we can move together, we can heal, not as a community, but as an entire nation. We come all together. As a Latino myself, I have an experience that's different from people that are non-Latino, and that definitely I've never walked in the miles in a shoe of those that are African-American community, but I do understand what it is to be seen as somebody different and not fitting in throughout my career. And but I will never, ever choose a path of violence to seek positive change in the community. That change comes from within, and it comes from us working together towards solutions. And that is identifying, in fact, right here, I have all these outstanding community religious leaders throughout Los Angeles County that stepped to the plate. This is on a moment's notice. And they said, count me in. I'm here to stand shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement to work to the betterment of our society. And I want to take this time to thank each and every one of you for being here. And we're here to support the efforts of the mayor, Eric Garcetti, and we're going to work very closely with the city of West Hollywood, for example. They have their issue going on, and we obviously provide law enforcement services for West Hollywood. We're providing services to the city of Los Angeles as well, and we definitely, everyone is excited to work, to come together, to enjoy a peaceful protest. Make a mark, make a difference, but do so in a way that when we walk away the next day, our community is intact. It's not trashed. Our businesses are open. They're starting to open now because of the pandemic, slowly but surely. Let's not add another tragedy on top of the tragedy we're already enduring because of the pandemic. We don't need two. Let's just focus on the one, and let's work together. So with that, let's get a first.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'd like to now call Pastor J. Edward Boyd from First AME Church. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff Villanueva, and to those watching from across the city and the county and the state and those outside the state of California. We find ourselves at this point now where we are gathered with an opportunity to go from here into a positive direction. In the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd, we find that this is perhaps a catalyst moment that makes us to become aware of several things. One among them is the seated and embedded racism that all of us must admit and must face. Not only face and admit it, but also go toward the process and involve ourselves in a process of bringing a healing and a mitigation for the problem that has ripped this nation apart far too long. I don't believe we can stand another violent outburst in response to another death, because each one of them gets bigger in proportion and stronger in the impact. And the dollars and the loss of dollars that it leaves in its wake have become too strong. So we're simply calling to everybody. We're calling out to the communities of color. We're calling out to white communities. We're calling out to law enforcement and the justice systems and justice institutions. Now that we see and we realize where we are, let's sit down and correct things that need to be corrected. Let's change things that need to be changed so the lives of people who are impacted and who are also looked over and left out will now be served. And we're going to help to make justice happen. This is just one of the first steps, but we all must help to make justice run down as water and help righteousness to flow like a mighty stream.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And I'd like to invite the Elder Joel Paul from City of Refuge Church.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sheriff Villanueva, and my brothers and sisters in faith, LA County. my prayers on behalf of the City of Refuge Church and Bishop Noel Jones are for the family of George Floyd, the city of Minnesota, Minneapolis, and everyone who's grieving right now. This is an all too familiar experience, and our suffering is real, but violence is not the solution. Coming across the aisle of our separation and the paradoxes that create the problems that fuel these types of outbursts, that is the remedy that we have to find that sustains peace. And so as we recover from the outbursts that we're experiencing across this whole country, what are the solutions we seek? Once the anger quells, once the frustration is relieved, and once the damage is settled, what are the solutions we're really seeking? I'm a Christian. I believe in the power of the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. So I understand that violence is a part of change. Yes, Christ was crucified, but when he rose up, he brought mankind together again. And so my prayer is for those who are listening, who have a reasonable mind, who have a desire to see the effects of what my brother, Pastor Boyd, just said, the systemic racism that is entrenched within the context and the matrix of our society, that we address it, we find the honesty in it, and what I would say confession of it, and that we seek to build bridges and move forward in a way that allows us to not experience something of this nature again. All law enforcement officers are not like the officer that committed this heinous act. And so to target all law enforcement is not a solution. You actually become a perpetrator. And so the prayer is, let's seek to build bridges. Again, I want to thank Sheriff Villanueva. I want to thank the LA County Sheriff's Department for their open hands and arms to allow us as community leaders and faith leaders to stand in this moment and say, let's come together, you guys. I'm hurting too, but we are standing together to find solutions. So may God bless the city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles, and the United States of America.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
As this protest
at this time, I'm going to bring up Sheikh Qazi Assad.
We're looking at aerials of the Beverly Hills area. Most of the evening we've been looking in the Fairfax area. Beverly Hills, they're going to be having a curfew tonight at 8 o'clock. There's been a lot of concern about Rodeo Drive. So we're watching that. Let's listen to the Sheikh.
Sure that while the America is suffering and burning, LA County can be saved from it. He has done a great effort to bring all the community leaders, civic leaders, and religious leaders. We have a responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. We can burn the city down. The person who worked all his life and made a small business, today a mob who is angry, and they have all the right to be angry, comes and burns his business down. What will happen to him and his family? This is something that I need to think about. I have the right to protest. My heart, and many of us feel the same way. Our heart goes to the family. We are outraged by those force officers. But ladies and gentlemen, your voice has been heard. Sheriff spoke with many of the community leaders this afternoon, and he assured the transparency that his department has and what he stands for. We need to take this message out to the public that the law enforcement is to protect you and to serve you. And we need to use the system to take the black sheep out rather than looting and burning, because that is not going to give us any positive outcome. At the end, I pray for the leadership of this country. I pray for all those people who have been wounded, who have suffered financial hardship. I pray for the family of Mr. Floyd, and I pray that there will be calm in our county, in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to bring up Henry Porter, Southeast Community Association.
Thank you, Sheriff, for convening this news conference. I live in the South LA Patrol Station, South Los Angeles. We've lived there since '65. And I think part of what my wife and I, as we sit and watch the violence that's taking place across the country right now, it saddens us deeply, because we've lived through several of these insurrections here in Los Angeles. And we've also observed that the end results have always been the same. The people that are disenfranchised, the people that suffer the most, are the ones that can least afford it. Because once the outsiders come in and burn down your stores, and they burn down and they loot what have you, it's difficult to get investments back into our community. Years. It took years and years and years. So what I'm asking is for every leader, every person of influence that has a voice, to stand up and use that voice. Let's not be crisis-oriented and wait until something happens before we decide to act, come out the woodworks. What I've encouraged people to do is to be proactive. I know people throughout LA County, and I've asked them, get involved with law enforcement. Understand there is no fear. Get involved with the captain. Know who your captains are. Know who the patrol people are. Get to know them. You can go on a ride through with the deputies. Understand some of the challenges they face. So right now, my plea is to have every community leader, be you a block club captain, be you a watch captain, whatever the title it is that you have, is that not only come out to address this crisis, but to be proactive and continue on, educating our community and making sure that we stand in defense of what is going on right now. I was sharing that if the people that wanted peaceful protests were to go and stand in front of those stores that are being looted and burned, that would be a step forward right there. Because most of the people that's doing that are not impacted by our community. So we need to step up and protect our own community. Take that first step. Come out, organize your block, organize your community, get involved with law enforcement, support what they're doing. I've been involved intimately with the Sheriff's Department as a volunteer since 1997. And I was sharing with one of the commanders over here. It has been an enriching experience for me to understand what their challenges are, how they work, and I can go out into my community and educate the people that live around me. And this is my challenge, to whether you are an athlete, whether you're in the movie, whatever industry you're in, use your voice to help heal and correct this situation. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. At this time, I'd like to call Brandit Sticks, Salam, activist, founder of Think Watts Foundation.
I'll use Sticks.
Thank you, Alex, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Today is a day I want to make a statement, and then I'm going to propose solutions. That's what I want to speak about. Fair justice. Simple answer. Fair justice is all it takes to get these people to go home. There's 3 officers out there who we all blatantly seen commit an atrocity.
As we listen to this man's important message, unfortunately, these folks out here are not listening to it. Let's go to Kevin Takumi in Skyfox with a scene above Whole Foods. Kevin.
Specifically, fair justice for the
Some people broke down the door to the Whole Foods. A bunch of people ran in there. LAPD moved in quickly. Most of the people got out of there, but now they're holding the line now. Some people are starting to throw fireworks in towards those officers down there. You can see more bottles being thrown in there. A couple of people fell down, and they're trying to get out now. So LAPD is now holding this. This is the Whole Foods at 3rd and Fairfax. They're trying to clear out. They're clearing that parking lot here. People, once again, you can see people are starting to throw fireworks in the parking lot here. So now they are starting to pull people, push and clear out this parking lot here. They were having a large crowd that was building up back here on 3rd Street. There's also people that were climbing up all over the farmers market you see right here. But now LAPD is starting to make their push here, trying to clear the people out of here. People are starting to run now. They did make an order about 10 minutes ago, unlawful assembly order, that anybody else that was going to be hanging around here, anybody that was going to hanging around here and did not disperse were going to be arrested. There was also about 3 minutes ago, there was an officer that was hurt. Something was thrown in and hit one officer just on the other side of the Citibank over here. LA City Fire took that officer to the hospital to be checked out. Now they're requesting one other ambulance to take care of somebody else that was injured here when the crowd started to run. So it sounds like they may have been trampled in the exit here. So, but you can see they're starting to clear out the parking lot. Everybody is starting to run, but LAPD, this is one of 2 locations. The other location is still up at Beverly and Edinburgh. They have a lot of people that are still congregating up there, but you can see now the parking lot starting to clear out here a little bit. People are just starting to very quickly exit the area now. That other people are starting to throw fireworks in the parking lot. And LAPD is starting to make their way through here and trying to clear everybody out and have them push out to the east.
Visual to see that Whole Foods under attack there. Look at that LAPD skirmish line there. We were watching it on our monitor as we were listening to the sheriff's news conference, and you can see that Whole Foods, if we pan up at all, you can see that the doors have been boarded up there. The windows have been boarded up, and they have graffiti on them there. It looks like to me, it's boarded up to me. And then you saw the crowd just pulling at that door and make their way in. Some went in, and then suddenly the crowd came rushing out. I don't know if they got word that LAPD was arriving or there was somebody inside, perhaps security inside, but suddenly that crowd came rushing out. Yes. Okay, so you see there indeed a lot of graffiti already hit that store, that Whole Foods there in the Fairfax district. A very popular area, very big area right across the street from the Grove, where the crowd has now made their way across that parking lot to the street there.
So the message that these protesters need to hear is the very message that is happening right now with the LA County Sheriff's Department, where the community leaders are pleading for these people who are clearly not listening to them to not do this. Let's listen in for more of that message.
Let's find somebody we like. If you don't like the head of the education system or the whatever, let's find somebody we like, and y'all stand with us, and let's vote for somebody that has a black agenda so we can start there and then increase to all lives. But I conclude with saying fair justice is the answer. There's 3 people out there. Let's get rid of them. Let's convict them what they're supposed to be convicted for. Let's start with that, and then let's build from within and then grow into an incredible, insurmountable, excellent nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Now I'm going to call up Jamal Khawaja, President of Council of Pakistan.
Good evening and Assalamu alaikum. Sheriff, thank you so much for inviting us here. On behalf of Council of Pakistan, Pakistani community in large here in Los Angeles, I want to say we are all with you. African Americans, Caucasian American, any minority here, we are all here to support you. But this is not the right way what we are seeing for last 3 days. Burning businesses, harming others, it's not going to help anybody. As all these speakers have said very correctly, let's get together. Let's find a proper solution. You could see that Sheriff is here. He is here, he have called us to come and work with him. I personally feel, I am from Pakistan. We have seen these things and we know the bad result of it. That's the reason we have adopted United States as our home now. And we are seeing same thing happening here. The world is looking upon us. United States is a superpower. Everybody look upon us, all the Asian, European, everybody looks upon us. What are we doing? I request humbly, my brothers and sisters, I am also sad. I also want to make a change, but the change is by a proper system, by burning businesses. It's been 3 months. We are not doing any business, we are home, no money coming in. And if you're going to block roads, if you're going to burn cars, if you're going to burn buses, what's going to happen? We are just about to open California again back. If we don't stop this, if we don't protect our businesses, we will have no job. And all this will go in waste. So we are here. We are here to tell you we are here with you. You want to protest, we are here, but right way to do it. So let's come together. Let's think of a proper solution. Let's talk to the authorities and find a real solution. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Jamal. Last but not least, I'd like to call Adnan Khan, Chairman of the Council of Pakistan.
This morning, the sheriff brought together the faith-based community, the minority community, the business community together, and we discussed issues at hand. The community leaders delivered the message to sheriff that what's happening in Minneapolis, what the 4 officers did, they should be brought to justice. And the sheriff concurred with us. Sheriff basically told us they should all be put behind bars. But the work we all have done with the LA County Sheriff, I think is something that all law enforcement and communities across America need to do. Sit down on the table, get your message heard, but have certainly go out and protest, but burning is not the way. We came to the table and we sat down, we discussed, and this is before the sheriff even got elected. He sat down with the business communities, the faith-based communities, and we worked with him with our issues, what we had. Today, most of those issues we have put behind us.
All right, so we are listening to community leaders, faith leaders, coming together with the sheriff of LA County to talk about what they're doing to try to bring calm to our city. One person called on getting out the vote. Another person called on befriending somebody in law enforcement and getting to know the law enforcement who work in your community. I was particularly struck by the person from the First AME Church. We had Pastor Boyd there, and I'm thinking back to the 1992 riots, Alex, where I was out there at that church, where there was a big church service, and then the men in the church walked down the streets of their neighborhoods together, urging for calm. They got together and said, we are going to take back our streets. calling for calm. So you see that again, these church leaders stepping up to be a voice for our city.
Although, unfortunately, during the early days of the riots, you heard similar things where the church leaders would say, don't do this, and many of the people were not listening to them. We're now looking at live pictures from the Grove right now, which, of course, is a scene that so many people have been to, or a place that so many people have been to, and we'll see if looting begins at the Grove. We want to go to Christina Gonzalez. She is on the ground for us. Christina.
And you are watching a live picture. You're not going to believe this. This is a line of cars at least 4 or 5 blocks long. They're telling us that they're all coming to the flashpoint. Somehow over social media, word got out of what was happening down here, and these people are doing a vehicle caravan.
Hey, Christina, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I'm sorry, but we're looking at from Skyfox right now. The Nordstrom's is being looted. People are breaking into the Nordstrom department store at the Grove. You see there, it is not crowded today. Of course, in this era of coronavirus and everything, people are throwing things at the windows. They've now gone inside of one of the main department stores in one of the busiest malls in the entire country, trying to take what they can. This is the perversion of the message that we're talking about. There are thousands of protesters in the streets of Los Angeles who are rightfully angry about the death of a black man in Minneapolis and about years and years of systemic problems. And then you have people like this who are robbing from an innocent store owner and robbing from other innocent store owners, and who are taking this opportunity to not talk about the message that they want, but instead are acting lawlessly and are stealing. And it is so unfortunate, Christine, and so maddening for so many people to watch this sort of activity happening at the same time when this important message should be heard.
And Alex, I can tell you this is reminiscent of what I covered in the 1992 civil unrest and riots. I have this visual now of being inside a Macy's store that was being looted, where law enforcement and a fire department truck pulled up and people ran out carrying the things that they had. That visual was at night, though. It was like 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. This is broad daylight. Cameras everywhere, people's cell phones everywhere, yet still these people feel like it's okay to go into this store and take what they want. This is again at the Grove, and we think that retail was just now opening up with the coronavirus. And just this weekend, some malls were opening up. And here you see this. The Grove obviously is an outdoor mall. And this visual here is just exactly what I witnessed in 1992. And I'm so sad to see this yet again. And no security yet. Now remember, LAPD is on the other side of the Grove. They just cleared a Whole Foods that was about to be looted, started to be looted. People were inside, and LAPD approached there. The crowd has now moved over across the street to the Grove.
So we want to bring into our conversation right now DJ Head. He's a DJ on 92.3 radio. He joins us now via Skype. I think you're able to watch these pictures in real time, maybe a bit delayed. Your reaction to seeing what we're all seeing right now?
Me?
Can you hear? We can hear you. Yes.
Okay. My reaction to everything that's happening right now is pretty much the same as everyone else. I feel like there's a lot of pain that people are experiencing, and they don't have a to express it. So I think what you're starting to see is the expression of people being fed up with systemic problems that have yet to be solved.
We'll try to stay with you as long as we can as the signal does break up, and hopefully we can hear your message. We do value your voice because you are on the radio, very popular station here in town, Real 92.3. I was on it this afternoon talking to your other team. So my question for you is, what message would you have for these people? Let's just take the Nordstrom scene right there. What message would you have for those people running into the Nordstrom right now to steal?
I mean, the message I would have for them is the same message I would have for anyone. I don't promote or advocate for looting. I don't advocate or promote theft in any way. However, I do believe that the rage that people are experiencing is just, and not even just, I would say, from my vantage point, but many others that I know that have been affected by systemic racism. I've been a victim of it myself due to the LAPD. I have also, detained unlawfully and searched. And unfortunately, I wasn't subject to a death sentence like George Floyd was or others. But I think the conversation needs to be not only for these people not to be villainized, but also those 3 officers have yet to be arrested. And those 3 officers that were complicit in the murder of George Floyd in broad daylight on camera are the same stipulations in which you're watching this Nordstrom be looted on your television station right now. It's in broad daylight, it's blatant, and it's disrespectful.
What sort of systemic changes do you want to see? Can you hear us? I'm not sure if you can hear me. What sort of systemic changes would you like to see?
I would like to see policies implemented. I want to see someone police the police. I don't care if it's on a state or federal level. There are internal affairs and different organizations of that nature, but pretty much since the beginning of the implementation of the police department, you have yet to see anything being implemented to police these organizations who are committing these crimes, and that's what it is. And I want it to be treated as such. These things that are happening to my people are crimes, not circumstances, not arrests gone wrong, not detained, not anything like that. These things are crimes, and they need to be treated as such. So the organization that needs to be formed should happen rapidly. And I think that I also want to salute to Sheriff Villanueva, who also said that he believes that those 3 officers need to be arrested. We need to see convictions and prosecution and sentences. We want to see sentences. So whatever organization is willing to step up and implement those changes, I think people will be more than happy to welcome them with open arms.
DJ Head, thank you very much for joining us.
We apologize that the signal was a little bit rocky for us, but we do appreciate that you were sharing thoughts, because I know that when you go on the radio with your team, you are talking about the very issues that people are concerned about. So we had the 1 officer arrested last week, Friday, but there are still the 3 others that were present at the scene of the death of George Floyd, and that is the concern that he expressed. And also he talked about wanting to see actual convictions, not just arrests, but for it to go to trial and a conviction. That obviously will take some time for a trial to play out.
And the prosecutor did hint at the fact that he believes that there will be charges forthcoming for those 3 other officers, although we've heard from so many leaders in the African American community who have said, look, if this wasn't a police officer, they would have been arrested immediately, and there's been some frustration for that delay. The prosecutor pointing out that the arrest of the police officer was the fastest that they'd ever done. Kevin Takumi, there is a lot going on right now at the Grove, of course, one of the busiest shopping centers in the country. As I've said, there are more people that go to the Grove every year than go to Disneyland. Nordstrom, one of the main stores at the Grove. We have seen people looting that area. From your perspective, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, they pushed that crowd that was at 3rd and Fairfax, and some of them ran into the area of the Grove here, and like you saw, they broke into the Nordstroms, they broken into the a couple other stores you see right here, but not a lot of them, but there are a couple of other things I need to take a look at really quick also as well. I just heard that there was an officer down with a broken leg over on Beverly near Fairfax. They also have possibly a fire. There was some trash cans being set on fire up here on Beverly and the Grove Drive here. You can see where there's a lot of the crowds have moved at that point. And I'm sorry, I'm listening to a bunch of things going on right now, but they also have the crowd is back out on Beverly. This is kind of where everything got started, near Pan Pacific Park here, but they have kind of moved over towards Beverly and Orange Grove and making their way, kind of just milling in the area of the park. They haven't passed Orange Grove yet, moving eastbound yet, but they do. They're trying to hold this line here at Orange Grove with the Sheriff's Department, but the crowd has moved back to here, and they've started some fires right there and they've got looks like they're firing some rubber bullets towards the ground like they do to try to disperse them. But you can see also other people starting to throw things back at the skirmish lines down below. And then people are starting to run. So they are also trying to get some units into the Grove area to try to get those people out of clear the Grove as well. But it is slow moving here. They have a lot of people. They've made several arrests of people that were inside the Whole Foods that did make it in the Whole Foods. They are arresting them and moving and starting to move them out and putting them into the arrest buses. But there's a lot going on within this area here. I've been trying to spring around here where they had, I'm hearing that Hayworth and Beverly, to where that officer was down with a broken leg. So we're trying to keep track of all these different things going on.
What's happening right now, Kevin, is it that there just are not enough officers? I mean, how is it that the Grove looks like it's almost not being patrolled right now? That those folks were able to run into Nordstrom, you know, with nobody stopping them?
Yeah, there's just so many things going on in so many different directions. Though it's hard, you know, they've got officers deployed all over the area, and it's just a very large area and so many people. And is that they are just having a hard time just trying to contain all these people down here and clear them out. But you know, it's just a very large area, almost probably about 2 mile square block area here that they're having to deal with entirely around the CBS, the Grove, and beyond over at Pan Pacific Park is where all of this is going on. But so many places that they're having to clear out here. They're setting up like their orders are for people to clear out all the way to La Brea to the east, La Cienega off to the west, 3rd Street, and then up to Melrose. So if you're in those areas, that's where they're telling people if you're in there, they're going to start arresting people.
Well, Kevin, we had the peaceful protest earlier this afternoon around noon. It's escalated to this. Now, you don't have masses that were targeting the Nordstrom, but you had a trickle of people making their way in. So it's certainly developed into a much more serious situation here. We have our own Bob DeCastro on the ground there at the Grove. Bob?
Yeah, we're just right across the street from the Grove. Actually, we can't see the Nordstrom from where we are, but it is just beyond this line of officers here. They're not going to let us go any further. In fact, they're not going to let this crowd go any further. Here's what I can tell you. I know you were asking why these people were able to get into the Nordstrom and go in there. From what I have seen from being on the ground here throughout for the past couple of hours, what I will tell you is that there are a lot of officers out here, but a lot of these protesters, the demonstrators, are spread out throughout this area, so they're really spread thin and trying to contain the demonstrators from going through certain areas. And the other part of it is, from what I can see, these officers are using great restraint. There's a lot of protesters who are getting in their faces, they're screaming, they're taunting them, things have been thrown at these officers, and yet, as I said, things are sort of hanging by a thread. So if you start confronting anybody, or if they react in any sort of way, you really run into the danger of this turning into also a violent situation. What I can tell you is I followed the main protests, which started on Fairfax and Beverly, the large crowd there, and then they seemingly dispersed throughout different areas. We followed one group of protesters as they went down Melrose, all the way down through Melrose into the West Hollywood area, and they were walking past the West Hollywood area, seemingly into the Beverly Hills area. This was a large group of protesters. Of course, people throughout Los Angeles are still in that shelter-in-place mode, and with things going on right now and the protests going on, I think people are inside. They don't want to go outside. They're sheltering in place even further, so you don't see people out and about. And one thing that I think people might be surprised to see when they go out and about is that these buildings are tagged all over the West LA, the Fairfax area. You're going to see storefront after storefront after storefront that is tagged. We did see a number of stores that were that had the windows broken, the storefronts broken. I saw one art store that it looked like someone went inside and destroyed some of the artwork inside. A high-end art gallery that was on Melrose that had a lot lot of things that were destroyed in there. By and large, I didn't see a large number of stores, but certainly you do see a few stores that were ransacked and a couple of cars that were burned, and certainly, as I said, when people start walking their neighborhoods out and about on Melrose and on Beverly, throughout the Fairfax area, throughout the Melrose area, throughout Beverly Hills, throughout West Hollywood, you're going to see a number of stores and buildings that are tagged. That is going to be sort of the mark of what you'll see when you see things in the morning. But as I said, things are kind of just hanging on a thread here. For the most part, lots of really, really young people that are out and about. We haven't seen it really escalate into sort of into any violence, and the police, I will say, have shown great restraint here. And even with that looting going on and people going into those stores, it's one of the reasons why I think you're seeing that these officers are not trying to confront these protesters, just so that the situation doesn't escalate.
Bob, that they're not trying to confront the looters?
Yeah, I can't see actually from this location. What I can tell you is that in and around the Grove and in the Fairfax area, because the groups have dispersed throughout the Fairfax area, and so if you go through any given intersection, you have officers trying to prevent some of the protesters going to go past them into the Grove area. So it's almost like they've created this skirmish line, if you will, or a line, a border around the Grove and the Television City area, and so they're just scattered all about this whole area. So they're spread thin too. So there's a lot of officers that are out and about. Perhaps they don't see that, but again, I think it's also a sign that these officers are trying to show some restraint. So maybe they're given orders. They're really quiet. I'd say that I haven't heard any megaphones or any officers on megaphones telling people to either back off or move back or leave the area. They're pretty much just standing there stoically. If you hear megaphones, the megaphones are coming from the protesters themselves. So really just standing in place and trying to prevent them from moving any further. So I'm not sure why there's no one stepping in to try to prevent people from looting them, but one of the things I would say is that, as I said, I think these officers are trying to show some restraint so it doesn't escalate into a violent situation.
And we want to mention some breaking news, which is on your screen right now. You see there the entire city of Los Angeles is now going to be under that 8 p.m. curfew. Originally, it was just announced for a certain portion of downtown Los Angeles. Now the entire city, the second largest city in America, more than 4 million people, is now under a curfew order. We also know that the cities of West Hollywood and Beverly Hills are also under curfew orders. It seems impossible, Christine, for police to actually enforce something like that with that many people when they're having a hard time even stopping the looting. But I guess it's a suggestion at this point.
And I don't know if 2020 will be a different scenario, but I can tell you in 1992, when they had the curfews there, being a reporter out there on the streets, I can tell you that it was completely empty and dark in some parts of our community. My assignment one night, for example, was Hollywood and West Hollywood. There was literally nobody on the streets at night. I can tell you in one community, there were some business owners who were on top of their buildings, kind of patrolling their own buildings. And then, of course, you had certain areas that were protesting, and you did see some fires at night. But right now, the sheriff's department, the mayor, they're urging calm. And as we get this information about the 8 p.m. curfew, it'll be interesting to see in an era like this where there are cell phones and social media, if people will stay home and close their doors and stay safe. But Bob, let me get to you right now. Are you on Melrose?
You're talking to me, Christine?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes. So I'm on 3rd Street, just across the street from the Grove. So very close to where that Whole Foods is. Actually, if I just can't look around the corner from where this Ross store is, but that's where the Nordstrom is, and that's where that looting is taking place.
I know that
pink
building.
So
Isn't it the Britney Spears thing that they were having?
It is the Britney Spears experience. Yes, yes.
Right.
This is that pop-up, and so, yeah. Here. This is just I would say, a snapshot of what you're seeing all in and around this area. It was really, you know, what by and large are, in my opinion, from what I have seen, peaceful protests. So people standing there with their signs, and officers who are showing some great restraint. They're standing here. They're not allowing some of these protesters to go further. But there are situations when you see the cars that are on fire, the storefronts that are damaged, that you can see that it's a real tenuous situation and it could develop into something more. And I would say that the officers here are showing restraint. They're not really engaging at all with any of the protesters. They're not talking to them. They're just standing there stoically and holding the line.
Thanks, Bob. I'm seeing as well, we've learned that in Beverly Hills, where there's also going to be a curfew tonight at 8 o'clock, the Alexander McQueen store has been looted by protesters there. So that's at least one store in Beverly Hills that has been looted by a number of protesters, and we hopefully will not see more of that, but we know that has been an area that many people online have been talking about trying to target tonight. Of course, it's a home to so many very expensive stores in the Rodeo Drive area. Beverly Hills police have been trying to hold some of those protesters back. So in this weekend, where so many folks were hoping to open up, in this weekend where LA's stay-at-home orders were being relaxed, we do now have a curfew in place for tonight. So we are now looking at smoke. Kevin Takumi from Skyfox, what is that we're looking at?
Yeah, it's one of the kiosks here, but it's just outside of the Nordstrom's here that's caught fire here. It's not the Nordstrom itself, but it is right at one of the kiosks, shopping kiosks that's on the sidewalk in front of the Nordstrom's.
So are you able to see the ground shot there much? Can you tell if there are people around there?
Oh, there are some people around. Somebody's got a fire extinguisher. Also, LAPD was moving in a field force into this area to try to clear it out.
All right, well, see, one more situation that we're seeing here in our city. We saw earlier that there were several police cars on fire as well. Alex, I think you threw out a number that I'd only seen 2 of them visually, and you said 12?
I mean, I've seen from many different reporters on the scene that there are aftermath of at least 12 police cars that had been damaged. Not all of them had been lit on fire, but they had been damaged in various ways,
graffiti,
to the point that, or smashed in windows, things like that. There seemed to be a line of police cars that were parked, and it appears that protesters sort of attacked all of those cars in that area, not far from where we are looking at right now.
Okay, Alex, we're going to join our reporter, Bill Malusian, who's on the phone in Beverly Hills. So, Bill, what do you have for us?
Hey, can you guys hear me right now?
Yes. Reporter Bill Malusian, can you hear us in Beverly Hills? Trying to get an update. Go ahead.
Yes, Christine, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we are at the intersection of Santa Monica and Rodeo Drive. There is a massive crowd that just showed up here. The Alexander McQueen store on Rodeo Drive was just looted a short time ago. The crowd is now circled back. They're chanting in front of police. It was just declared an unlawful assembly, and I just watched right in front of me 2 minutes ago as 2 guys in masks walked up to all these Santa Monica police cars that are here for help, and they either slashed or deflated all of their tires. You can hear all the air zipping out of the tires right now. And then another woman walked up. She pulled out some sort of a metal tool from her jacket and was about to try to slash the tires, but then noticed they were already deflated. So there are a lot of agitators in this group here at Rodeo Drive. They are looking for trouble. One of the stores has already been looted, and I can tell you the police here are extremely outnumbered. I've been watching what's been happening over at the Fairfax district with the Nordstrom and the Grove, and it looks like police resources are just spread really thin right now. A lot of concerning stuff going on right now, guys.
Well, and we saw some reports that the LAPD has called in everybody that works for them. If you're on vacation, if you're out, they're asking for everybody to come in right now because there is such a need for police resources, and we're seeing that they may be overwhelmed. And Bill, I know you were in the streets of downtown Los Angeles last night, and talk about the fact that, you know, there are so many good protesters who have important messages to share, but there are also those folks that are coming out for trouble that really don't care that much about what the protesters have to say and view this as an opportunity.
No, it's absolutely true, and it's a huge problem. You can have 100 people out there. 99 of them can be doing it peacefully, chanting, just trying to get their message out there, and all it takes is for that one person, that one bad apple, to do something that starts chaos, to attack a police officer, to set something on fire. And the whole message turns into, oh, they're rioting now, and, oh, you know, look what this is turning into. And unfortunately, there's not just one bad apple. There are a lot of agitators in these groups. The overwhelming part of the crowd are good people. They're just chanting. They're saying what they want to say. But unfortunately, these agitators are being very successful right now in just stirring the pot. And we saw it happening in downtown L.A. last night with the looting of businesses, with the setting of fires. We're seeing it happen at the Grove right now. And now we're seeing it here at Rodeo Drive. And guys, there was social media chatter since last night, all morning long today as well, of people saying, why are we looting downtown L.A.? We should be looting Rodeo Drive, the rich area. And everybody kind of considered that just internet rumors. Well, look what happened. They actually did it. And there is a massive crowd here. I don't know if we're going to have our helicopter back over here anytime soon, but, I mean, I'm not even going to try to put a number on it, but police are extremely outnumbered here. There's maybe 4 or 5 Santa Monica PD vehicles and maybe 20 officers trying to guard the entrance to Rodeo Drive by Santa Monica Boulevard. We've got people jumping up on cars now. So this was a crowd that was starting the march towards the West Hollywood area and has since marched back to Beverly Hills and Rodeo Drive. And unfortunately, there are some people in the crowd here just looking for trouble.
Well, Bill, I was getting calls from people I know in the community who say they were concerned about their message of protest being stolen or diluted by people who are trying to agitate in other ways. But I, like you, also saw those messages on social media about Beverly Hills. And I'm thinking, compared to 1992, this is a time where social media and your Twitter account, you can access so many people so quickly. And so, Bill, it's not maybe a surprise to hear that a crowd actually did gather there, given that message was put out there. I'm questioning, though, in Beverly Hills, is that Beverly Hills now?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, we're looking at a live shot here.
I think this is near Park La Brea. I don't think this is
Park La
Beverly
Brea
Hills.
still. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so we're still in Park La Brea. Bill, is it just Rodeo Drive that you're looking at right now with this crowd?
We just pulled a U-turn to try to reposition ourselves, but yes, the big ball of the crowd is literally right at the intersection of Rodeo Drive and Santa Monica Boulevard, right at that intersection. There's some spillover to some of the surrounding streets, but that's where police have declared an unlawful assembly. That's where they're gathered right now. Some people are saying, I overheard them saying, you know, forget this, let's march over to the Beverly. Other people are saying, no, we want to stay here. So the crowd is kind of deciding where they want to march to next.
So it is their perspective that they want to inflict as much pain on people who are selling things to rich people? That's the goal? The goal is that their main objective at this point?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to try to speak for them, but based off what I've overheard from them, what I've seen them talk about on social media, it's, hey, instead of burning and looting these smaller minority-owned businesses in downtown L.A., why don't we go to the wealthy, affluent areas, the part of town? Who cares if Louis Vuitton loses 1% of its inventory in a loot? That's what some of the people were saying online. So, yeah, it looks like they would rather target, you know, the staples of Los Angeles, the icons of wealth, if you will, with Rodeo Drive and the Grove and these more affluent areas, rather than what we saw in downtown L.A. last night.
Well, you know, Bill, what we're seeing also, because we now have that shot over Beverly Hills, we have our chopper looking at Beverly Hills right now. Not only do you have the crowd there in the street, but you have so many cars, people that are driving up and down the street there. I got to think these are some people who are just driving through the neighborhood, now caught up in this protest and trying to make their way perhaps out of the area.
Right.
What's your take on the vehicles there?
I can't see it right now, but when we left, there were people jumping up and down on 2 cars. I don't know if that's still the case right now. We're about to head back in that direction.
Right.
One thing that was interesting and concerning when I was coming up Santa Monica Boulevard, when I was coming into the Beverly Hills area, is there are a lot of homes in that immediate area, just kind of across the street. And as we were driving up those residential streets, you kind of see a lot of people out in front of their homes looking down the street to where the protest group was, and you could see the worry written on their faces, sort of, are they going to come here? Are they going to hit our house?
Okay, Bill. Thank you.
Hopefully that does not happen.
All right, Bill, we're going to let you reposition yourself, and hopefully we'll get to see you on TV soon. Let's bring Ariva Martin into the conversation, longtime civil rights advocate. She's an author, activist, mom, a lot of titles. And Ariva, we've talked to you so many times over the years, talked to you this week about this. Your thoughts with what you're seeing right now? Ariva, can you hear us? It appears Ariva may not be able to hear us right now. We will try to work on that and get Ariva back into the conversation, but maybe this is a good time to reset as we approach the 7 o'clock hour. We have live breaking news coverage of riots that are underway in several parts of Southern California. Our special coverage continues right now.
And protesters battling on the skirmish lines, patrol cars in flames, the mayor of LA calling for calm.
To let the world know who we are and the world that we want to create.
Now, Fox 11's special coverage of the unrest in Los Angeles. And good evening, I'm Christine Devine. Thanks so much for being with us.
I'm Alex Michelson, and we are witnessing history in the streets of Southern California, some extraordinary protests, the level of which we have not seen since 1992. All throughout several different areas of our community, there is rioting underway right now. Let's take a live picture right now. We are looking at Beverly Hills.
We should also note that there is a citywide curfew that's been called for the entire city of Los Angeles that goes into effect at 8 p.m. That's 1 hour for now. Right now, though, we are looking at a new area where protest has taken shape here in the city of Beverly Hills. You can see there is a line of police officers to the lower part of those cars, where the cars are being kind of rerouted to get away from the crowd. And then the crowd there on the top of your screen there, we understand one store, the Alexander McQueen store, has already been looted there.
And there is fear that several more stores will be looted in this area as well. We have seen looting already in the Fairfax district. We have seen looting at the Grove. We watched live on the air people breaking into the Nordstrom store. Last night we saw looting in downtown Los Angeles. We also saw hundreds of protesters arrested in downtown Los Angeles. So we are going to now have a situation where the entire city of Los Angeles will be under curfew tonight, as will the cities of West Hollywood and Beverly Hills. Police right now in several parts of our area just seem to be a bit outnumbered. There have been so many protesters protesting peacefully and protesting their valid anger after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, a case that has really transfixed the country and I think has been a scab that's pulled open a wound, of course, that has been really since the foundation of our country, about the mistreatment of minorities in our country, and going back to the original sin of our country of slavery, on people that feel like they are not being heard. That has been translated into some rage in the streets. Unfortunately, that has also been translated into people that may or not even be a part of those movements taking advantage of those protests to do violence to people that had nothing to do with this situation, and to cause property damage in several different parts of our area.
Well, as we've seen in history, sometimes that is how that rage plays out, where you see people take to the streets, where you see them confront law enforcement, and we have seen vandalism in other cities. So here you have Beverly Hills right now. The one thing that we are seeing is that this scene is still developing, in that you still see motorists there in the mix of the protesters there. Police trying to keep that kind of ring of protesters there, kind of push them back there from coming onto Rodeo Drive. And cars, motorists there, so you have to wonder why they haven't shut off the back end of Rodeo so cars can't come through, or closed off those side streets so they can't come through, and just try to keep it kind of a little bit more open so they can handle this situation.
And what we're looking at, so on one of our screens, the big screen is Beverly Hills. On the top side, this is the Grove, and we are now seeing a fire at the Grove. This may be one of those sort of small kiosk huts. We saw one of them earlier on fire. Now another active fire is underway. Now, what's extraordinary, Christine, this reminds me in some ways of the Woolsey fire, or some of those massive fires in Southern California in this effect.
How so?
I remember those nights and seeing fires springing up in different areas, and firefighters were so overwhelmed that things that would usually get an extraordinary amount of attention just got no attention because they couldn't get there. And I think police are so overwhelmed in so many different areas trying to keep people safe and trying to deal with all these different protesters that they can't be everywhere in a city the size of Los Angeles. And right now, people are taking advantage of that. There's simply not enough officers to deal with the scope of what's happening right now.
Well, not only that, because you sometimes need law enforcement protection for the fire department to come in. The fire department can't just on their own roll out to a fire like they might in any other situation. Perhaps it is not safe for them to come through that neighborhood yet, or they can't get through that neighborhood yet to handle this, because you wouldn't need police to put out a fire. You'd need the fire department. So it's interesting to see why the fire department is not there, being that we've been seeing this and watching this.
And my suggestion, my comparison was not that there's as many fires. My suggestion was that the police are now having a situation like what firefighters had that night.
Absolutely.
Where there's just so many things that are happening at once. It was interesting last night, Christine, we saw some police that actually did have fire extinguishers in their hands and were able to put out some of the small fires on their own in downtown Los Angeles. This looks like something that, you know, would need some more professional attention. And you think about the Grove and how much valuable, important things are at the Grove. It's such one of the most important tourist attractions in all of Los Angeles. And you hope that they can get attention on that fire quickly so that it doesn't spread to some of the other attractions that are there as well.
Well, like you noted earlier, more people go to the Grove than to Disneyland each year. Rick Caruso, very proud of that fact.
It's interesting. We were just hearing this on your phone, and I think many people got this. I've never seen this before personally in the city of Los Angeles. Many of our viewers may have just experienced this, a public safety alert.
That's what that was. I heard
the
that
city
beep
of
on the
LA,
phone.
like an Amber Alert, just put out to people's phones, probably all over the area, declaring that curfew 8 p.m. tonight to 5:30 a.m. tomorrow for the entire city, traveling to and from work, seeking or giving emergency care, and emergency responders are exempt. Additional information available on the city's website. So if you're not watching it on TV, if you haven't seen it on social media, there's a chance that you've now seen it on your phone.
I was hearing that beep, wondering what it was.
I was too, so that's what it was. Rick Dickert joins our coverage now. Rick, are you joining us from home and watching our coverage from Skyfox?
I've watched it all, yes. Alex,
what are your thoughts?
Christine, Pan Pacific Park, adjacent to the Grove, 3rd Street, Fairfax, and the Mid-City area there. And you've mentioned a lot of things here, and the police presence, the fire presence. I want to tell you this first, because I'm in touch with different agencies. You know my connection with first responders. There are first responders from different areas of Southern California coming to the scene, from the South Bay, from the Inland Empire, much like, and you made the analogy, Alex, of a brush fire. This is a major emergency that we need to put out. We need to bring peace to the city right now. We need to protect the business owners. We need to protect the peaceful protesters and squash the ones that are being violent at this time. And I will tell you that there are officers, there are SWAT members, there are firefighters from different areas of Southern California that are convening in Los Angeles tonight, that they are organizing in a mutual aid situation, much like the Woolsey fire and all the brush fires that we've seen across Southern California that I've covered for years up in Skyfox, to this location to make sure that we can bring this to a safe end the best we can. That multiple fires,
Rick, we're going to cut you off for a second. We will get back to you. Hey, Rick, we're going to cut you off for a second. We're going to go directly to Bob DeCastro. Bob, what are you seeing?
We're near Gardner, on the other side of the Grove, Gardner and 3rd Street. There was a line of police officers there, another one trying to hold crowds back. There were a number of rubber bullets that were shot. We just heard the shots. We saw a lot of people running, and then this young woman, this young lady, walks around the corner. She's screaming. She says she's hit. She says she feels pain on her back, and it looks like she was. She looks like she was hit on the back of her head. She says the crowds are telling me that she was hit in the back of her head with a rubber bullet, and she is bleeding. I do see blood. There's a person here who says she is a medic and is tending to her right now. But this is at 3rd and Gardner, just on the other side of the Grove and the Pan Pacific Park, the area that really is the sort of the epicenter of where the protests are taking place. As I said, you know, I heard some of those rubber bullets throughout the morning being shot, but from what I had seen earlier, those bullets were fired on the ground and sort of ricocheting up. And I don't know the situation here. I just know that I heard, as we were trying to park, and we heard a number of shots that were just fired, a few of them, 2 or 3 or 4, and then people started running, and then this young lady is running around the corner, and the protesters here are saying that yes, she was hit by a rubber bullet on the back of her head. And now it does look like there are some units, paramedics and firefighters now here that are responding to this young girl that was hit. I'm trying to motion to see if they know that she's back here. She's back here. I'm motioning to them right now. They're back on the other side of this. So here's a LA Fire Department now. We're now responding. Well, I don't think they're going to her. I don't think they're going to her. They're going somewhere else. They're going somewhere else. This is the line of. This is the line of officers that we're seeing just beyond this Chase Bank here. This is at Gardner Street and 3rd Street, where all of these streets, by the way, all around the Grove. So we were on the other side, and the traffic is just maddening around here because people are just trying to get through or get in around this area, including more protesters that are trying to pour into this area. And they're not letting anyone beyond these streets here along 3rd. So this whole area along 3rd, near Pan Pacific Park and the Grove, it is all shut down. I see some smoke, by the way, in the distance. From what I understand, inside the park, there were a number of trash cans that were burned inside there, so that's why you're seeing some smoke there, along with the looting inside the store. I'm hearing reports that not just the Nordstrom that was looted, but perhaps the Apple store that was looted inside the Grove. And here you see on the other side, the groups have backed off just a bit. Over on the other side of the street here, Tony, if you can look behind me here again, and you look on the ground, and you can see those rubber bullets. Some that were fired, and some that this woman said was hit by. In fact, I'm going to grab one here so we can take a look at it.
And Bob, Bob, as you do that, I'm just going to add, we are hearing from the mayor's office that they're threatening potential arrest for anybody that is outside after 8 o'clock. So show us what that looks like, Bob.
Okay. Yeah, this, you know, I've never actually seen one of these before, so this is really interesting. It is soft foam, well, really, really soft foam, but I would imagine if fired as a projectile with some great speed with one of these guns, if it was a direct hit, you can certainly get hurt. But Bob, they say she was hit in the back of the head by one of these. I don't know. She could have fallen. There were lots of people running. She's hurt. That's all I could say.
Let me ask you this, because I was noting that you were talking about how much calm there was in your location in the live shot we were with just a few minutes ago, and then to have something like this happen where the crowd is running and those rubber bullets are fired. Did you see any instigation or what?
Yeah. I didn't see what led up to it. But I actually
tear that fence down. That's why.
I actually seen this throughout throughout the day. where they're squaring off and standing face to face with the officers. And then for some reason, I mean, I try not to get too close because when it starts getting a little bit more heated, you could tell that the officers will shoot these rubber bullets onto the ground and try to ward them off or push back those crowds. And so I've seen them do that throughout the day. And they did it again. I'm also being told that one of the reasons why this happened was that there was an attempt. See, there's a fence around the park over here, so they're trying to prevent people from going across the park. And there were people trying to climb the fence or get over this to go into the Grove area or into the park where there's a lot of trouble happening, obviously, with people looting and things like that. So maybe that's why those bullets were fired.
The yelling we're hearing, where is that coming from?
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna give Bob an opportunity to establish himself, and you know, this is part of the reality of what's happening. We're going to hear some language probably throughout the night, given the fact that is what is being chanted loudly in the streets, and we apologize to anyone who's hearing it. Obviously, that's not our intention, but sometimes it can't be avoided in a situation like this. We are watching firefighters. They are trying to put out a fire on Melrose. That may have been some of the firefighters that we saw that drove by Bob. We're also curious if that fire that was at the Grove is getting attention from some of the firefighters as well. Haley Winslow is also reporting in the Fairfax area. Haley, what are you seeing from your perspective now?
Alex, a lot more officers going into the area, into Pacific Park. We just went to go get my car that was kind of stuck there to kind of get out of the madness because a lot of tear gas over there, people coughing and crying, eyes watering, and it was honestly like entering a war zone. There were people screaming, people hollering, there were cops everywhere, firefighters. Still cars on fire, people yelling. It's just been extremely unnerving and upsetting, and people wanting to grieve during this, and we understand that, but city leaders saying, go home, let's talk about this tomorrow. So the curfew is in effect at 8 o'clock across the entire city now. We got the alert on our phone, and it does go into effect until 5:30 tomorrow morning. And, you know, we're seeing looting, we're seeing people hanging from the light poles earlier, cop cars on fire, people on the top of the metro buses. I mean, this is just getting way out of hand, and the sheriff pleading that violence is not the answer to this. Alex?
Yeah, Haley, it's Christine here. So in less than an hour, people are supposed to be off the streets of LA, 8 p.m. The mayor saying that anyone caught outdoors after 8 p.m. will be arrested. We all got this cell phone alert saying that the curfew would be enforced. So, Haley, my question for you is, are you hearing anybody say that, okay, I'm going to go home now? Are you seeing people retreat, people leave, people head to their cars?
It's a completely different scene than it was earlier today, Christine. It started out, as you guys know, with about 25,000 protesters. It's now gotten down to less than 5,000 protesters. Yes, we are seeing a lot of people leaving, but we're also seeing people go in. And what's scary that we've heard today is that you don't normally see cop cars on fire in the middle of the day. And so the scary part is what is going to happen when night falls, and hopefully that curfew will deter people. But I am seeing businesses around here shutting down early, and it's very sad to see because they're finally being able to open their doors. I mean, the city and our entire country has been going through so much with this pandemic, and now this on top of everything else, and rightfully so that they're exercising their First Amendment rights, but violence is not the way to do it.
You know, just the other night we had a reporter out on Melrose, out by the Grove, talking about the shops reopening, the excitement for those retailers, not only reopening, but allowing people to come inside to shop. Certainly what a difference a day makes when it comes to the developments of this week with the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis and reaction across the country and here in Los Angeles as well. So we are watching, Haley, one scene right now where we have the fire department on scene putting out a fire at one business. Haley, you're at one location. We're going to bring in right now Rick Dickert, who has perspective on what we're seeing. Rick?
And that is Melrose. That is Adidas. That is the Adidas store and Melrose Avenue right there just to the west of Fairfax Avenue, that trendy area of Melrose there, and adjacent to Adidas is Pericolati that is burning right now. And fortunately, unlike last night when we saw that one Los Angeles Fire Department crew essentially being assaulted, pulling their hose lines away, they're able to fight this fire. If I was up in Skyfox right now, we'd be covering a building fire and looking at a situation, what caused that fire. This was an intentional fire set, and Melrose Avenue is shut down. LAFD on the scene there, and you could see there's going to be tremendous destruction here with these businesses. And you think about that, and we've mentioned this, all of us have, over the last couple of days, the economic toll that the pandemic has taken on us. And now, what this is going to do to our city, every patrol car that you've seen burned, every SUV, every building that you've seen burn, every business, that is going to pose an economic toll as well. This is something our city has never seen, and I saw it evolving last night with you, Alex and Christine. And please stay at home for your safety, even though you may want to go out and voice your opinion in a really good, positive way. It's not safe tonight. Last night, and you mentioned, as I toss it back to you, Christine and Alex, Minneapolis was under that curfew at 8 o'clock. And what did you see? You saw thousands of people out on the streets. And as we approach that 8 o'clock hour, in about 40 minutes or so, we're still seeing a lot of people out on the streets as well, protesting. They are not going to abide by that, likely, many of them, as we see somebody spray some likely obscenities on the streets there of our city. Please stay home and stay safe. And if you do go out, you're going to endanger yourself as well. And we will continue to cover this the best we can from the air and on the ground. As our LAFD, our first responders who've had to deal with the COVID-19 crisis, and now this, our buildings, our residential structures burning right now, and coming off of such an awful time.
All right, Rick Dickert, we will check in with you again shortly, but now we want to bring in Rick Lozano, who joins us from downtown L.A.
All right, Alex, good evening, everyone. We are on the west side of the 110 freeway on Beaudry Avenue, and from our perspective here, we can't really see the inner workings of the downtown area. However, we can tell you that just within the last half hour or so, there's been a real spike in activity through downtown Los Angeles. North and south on the 110 freeway, we've heard dozens and dozens of police cars going in either direction, and east to west on a number of the streets that run through downtown as well. Over on the northeast side of downtown, for now you can't really see the smoke that was billowing up there a little bit earlier, but there was a fire in that area of the downtown area, and in fact fairly close, it looks like, to the Los Angeles Police Department headquarters, but that has been extinguished, it looks like, for the most part, and not known whether it's related to any protests that might be going on in that area. Back over to the more to the center of downtown, along the area of the financial district, we've heard some loud bangs coming from there, perhaps police flashbangs that have been detonated to perhaps disperse any crowds that may be gathering there. Also in the air, LAPD helicopters have been hovering overhead as, again, the activity in downtown Los Angeles seems to be picking up ever so slightly. And again, that curfew beginning at 8 p.m. tonight, and we've been told by the mayor that the city is not going to put up with any more of the type of behavior that existed in the downtown area last night. In fact, workers were out in force, and in fact some still are in the downtown area cleaning up after the disturbance of yesterday, boarding up businesses and making sure other businesses are protected. We have a lot of officers in the downtown area ready for whatever might occur, and we're going to be here throughout the course of the evening to keep you posted on any happenings that may occur. For now, we're live in downtown Los Angeles. I'm Rick Lozano, and we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Well, Rick, thank you very much. It seems the focus now of the protesters has not been downtown Los Angeles today. It has been the Fairfax district, where there was a gathering at the park there, and then protesters moved to different parts of the area in that region.
Yeah. Although we should point out that last night that sort of the worst troublemakers showed up after dark in downtown Los Angeles. The unfortunate thing is we've seen all this damage, and it's still not even dark yet.
Yeah. Well, you do have that curfew now at 8 p.m. where everybody has been warned that the mayor has said you will be arrested if caught out after 8 p.m. So as that word has spread by cell phone, and pretty much everybody in this day and age has a cell phone, so the excuse that you don't know about it is going to be hard for some to explain if this did indeed get to everybody's cell phone.
Yeah, although, how do you enforce that? You know, I mean, they're so taxed with everything that they're doing. That's a real challenge.
Well, here's my
for
question.
Police.
How many will abide by that so that those that are out on the streets might be those that are up to perhaps no good or having to go somewhere?
And as we saw during shelter in place, which technically is still in place in Los Angeles, the overwhelming majority of people followed the rules, did the responsible thing, and were good citizens in the process.
Well, not only that, we now know how to go home and stay home,
Yeah.
you know, quite easily. You did it for the past couple months,
Yeah.
right? So the excuse that you might need to be out on the streets, I mean, you might have to explain that.
Bob DeCastro has been on the move with protesters throughout the day today. Bob, what's it looking like now?
All right, so that curfew, as you said, starts at 8 o'clock right now, so just over a half hour away from that curfew, and I can tell you it does not look like these crowds are going away. If anything, it looks like these crowds, at least here in this area, in the Fairfax district, just across from the Grove, on the other side, at Gardner and 3rd, it looks like the crowd is just growing. Just a few moments ago, I saw a number of officers that were also brought into this area, so they're supplementing the officers here at this location at 3rd and Gardner. So more officers being brought here, and as you see, they're all lining up. They're just ready should anything happen here. I could tell you just about 15 minutes ago, there was someone that was on the other side of the fence over here who took a bottle, a very large bottle. There was something inside, threw it over the fence and into the crowd of officers there. It smashed down onto the ground, and then the officers came out, and I said before that the officers were taking their guns with rubber bullets, and they were shooting them to the ground and ricocheting them, but that wasn't the case here. They fired a number of rubber bullets into the protesters there as well. And so this is actually now another shot of something else that they were shooting. And this is, I will say, a lot harder than that other projectile that I showed you before. So it's really hard. Plastic on this side, if you're hit with one of these, I'm sure it could really inflict some damage or be extremely hurtful and damaging. So it does look like the crowds here are, if anything, growing. Just on the other side, by the way, over here, this is Park La Brea, the big apartment complex here. So on the other side of the fence over there, you're going to see a number of people, probably residents who live in the Park La Brea, who are now watching this standoff, if you will, between officers and a group of protesters at 3rd and Gardner. And again, more officers now being brought into this area. There hasn't been anything that has been, there have been no commands that have been given by the officers at this point. They've been very quiet. We haven't heard anything from the microphone in terms of dispersing or an order to disperse. Even though we're about a half hour away from any kind of a curfew, it just looks like they're just standing, there just looks like they're standing the line here, and the protesters are screaming at them. It's really hard, I will have to say, at this point, as we do this live TV, and there's so many expletives that are being screamed at. There are a lot of signs here that have expletives, so it's really hard to sanitize that. We're doing the best we can, but this is a live TV and a sort of what could be a volatile situation here up to now. Okay, so
sometimes you can't sanitize the news. So now we are seeing live Bob's picture as we see some of those police officers move in, potentially to start moving this crowd. It'll be really interesting, Christine, to think what they do after 8 o'clock, which is about a half hour away from now. So you see these officers moving in. Usually they will form a line. And let's see if they're going to fire on these people here. We got the gun is aimed for non-lethal weapon. There's another one.
And as we've seen, they had been shooting largely at the ground on many occasions. Perhaps they're sending a message. We'll see what happens here. Remember that curfew takes place in about 30 minutes. Perhaps they're trying to send a strong message as we get close to 8 p.m. for those people to go home.
Often the police tactic will be to form a line and to try to move people back. And part of moving them back can be firing non-lethal weapons like rubber bullets or firing tear gas or other things, using of batons, which happened earlier today in the Fairfax district, to try to keep those protesters on the move. But now you see even more officers showing up to this particular intersection. Haley Winslow is not far from there. Haley, what's the situation there?
It's getting it's getting a bit heated right now.
The cops started it.
Okay, no.
The cops started.
Okay, speak your mind. Don't curse.
Okay.
You're on live TV
All
right
right.
now. Tell us how you feel.
So we started protesting for 2 hours. We were peaceful. We negotiated.
All right, I think we may be having some problems with Haley's signal there. We'll try to get back with her it's important to hear from some of the protesters as well throughout this night to understand their message, especially the peaceful protesters who have an important message to share. The unfortunate reality is some of that message is being lost as we see vandalism, looting, fires being set throughout Southern California. This is back to Bob's position. Bob is hoping not to get hit or end up in the middle of all of this. As we watch his position, I think we're watching this in real time, maybe from two different perspectives now, as police try to move back some of these protesters. This is near the Grove in the Fairfax district.
And that is one of the challenges, having been there on the streets in a scene just like this, is to try to cover the story, to get close to the scene, but also to get out of the way when police are doing their job there, as well as to talk to the protesters there. You can see that line has moved up closer to the crowd. But again, Alex, you do bring a very big question here, is how do you get people to go home? You can impose the curfew, but that line of police there, how can they make them walk away, get in their cars, go in their homes?
And even if you arrest them, hundreds of the protesters last night were arrested and then released. So
let's go to Bob.
And some of them are out now protesting again. Bob.
Hi, yeah. So what had happened there is a number of those protesters, they were trying to get into the park, some of them trying to climb the fence. There were some other projectiles or things that were thrown at officers, and then the decision was made, it appears, to push them a little further away from the park because there are a number of people trying to climb the fence and things like that. And so this whole line pushed, I would say somewhat forcefully forward, push the line of people forward, and yeah, a little dicey there for us because Tony doesn't really see our photographer Tony Butita here doesn't see the line of officers pushing through, and they will just barrel right through. So we were just pushed back a little bit over here, but now just another standoff, if you will, between protesters and police at 3rd and Gardner here. And again, I don't think if there are things that are thrown at these officers, the officers would not hesitate or to fire their rubber bullets or their foam bullets at whoever is throwing anything at them.
And you know, I also want to point out. Go ahead, Bob.
We're just watching them push forward even further. They're watching them push forward even further, and you see what the protesters are doing. They hands up. They say sometimes silence is their power, and over there, there's a little pushing and shoving. There's a little pushing and shoving, and this is where it gets into a real dangerous situation, especially when you have a large group of people and what could be, mentality of a larger group of people. When you have officers pushing them back and there's resistance here as well. Emotions get really high, and you can hear the orders from the officers. They are heavily trained in all of this. They say move forward and hold, move forward and hold, and they move forward and hold. So as they move, if they're not moving, they're just pushing them forward. and some of the protesters here then just standing their ground with their hands up. But as I said, you could see how this could become a real tenuous situation if, you know, we just saw a few moments ago some projectiles that were bottles that were thrown at officers, and as soon as that happens, the guns come up, and then it becomes a potentially violent situation.
And we should note that usually with that rubber bullet gun, they shoot it to the ground and it bounces up, so it's not a direct hit with that rubber bullet. It is meant to perhaps send attention to somebody to comply. You can see that they have those. They've had them throughout the day. Earlier when the crowd was much larger after the big protest this afternoon around noon in that area. So, Bob, can you tell where they are trying to push them to, encourage the crowd to go to where?
You know, that's really hard to say. That's really hard to say because in this short time they've really only gone a very short distance. Perhaps it's just further away from the park because people were trying to climb the park and get into Pan Pacific Park, which gives you easy access into the Grove, into that area. You were talking about them. What I had witnessed throughout the morning was that they were firing those rubber bullets on the ground to try to sort of just make some noise and try to push them back. But I've also seen them now draw the weapons when they see an instigator or someone who is throwing something at them or someone who is throwing a bottle. They go right after that person, and they're not pointing those rubber bullets at the ground. They're pointing the rubber bullets right at that protester.
You're saying that you've seen them fire at a protester or hold the weapon?
Yes, I've seen them fire the rubber bullets at someone who they believe had thrown a bottle at the crowd of officers, and one of the officers pointed and identified them, and they all ran after that person and were firing rubber bullets at that protester.
All right, Bob.
So they will do it. So they will do it.
Yeah, they do not like when police do not like to be attacked, and that's a lesson for any of you out there. That is one way to get attacked yourself. As we're looking now at the picture on your screen, this is at Fairfax and Rosewood. There is a fire in the middle of the street. We just saw one of those rioters that was throwing some accelerant on that fire to hopefully make it bigger. That person is trying to do that, and it looks like they have done that. Kevin Takumi, are you in Skyfox overhead this? Okay, so Kevin is not. We actually have two different choppers that are flying tonight, so we will get back to Kevin in a little bit. This is our other chopper. Rick Dickert, though, let's bring you into the conversation because, of course, you've been in Skyfox so many times over the years, and we see these now fires in the streets.
And it's what we saw last night, but to a much bigger degree. And you could see the LAPD. We're seeing more of a presence from the Los Angeles Police Department now. You could see that every single officer, as you, Alex, and Christine have mentioned, that all hands on deck. This is a tactical alert. This is an emergency that our city has not seen since 1992. I think that this actually surpasses any of the other issues that we've seen between 1992 and now with the Rodney King riots. And, you know, Rodney King came on after a couple of days and said, can't we all just get along? And I'm hopeful that we can reach that point and come to peace. But our city is literally on fire at this point. And the Los Angeles Fire Department is deployed, but those fire department members, those brave first responders that we were saluting during the COVID-19 crisis, are now having to deal with this. And as I mentioned earlier, that one of their crews was taken over, essentially. Their hose lines were pulled from them and thrown into the fire. So there's anxiety there. But I will tell you this, that we are watching this from above and on the ground in a mutual aid situation. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is involved. As I said, every single LAPD officer that is available is coming to the scene to bring this to a peaceful end. As our city officials have said, they understand. We've watched it all. It was horrible images that we saw. And we just want to make sure that we don't cause more destruction to our city. So much economic chaos with COVID-19, and now this on top of it. So please, if you're watching these images from home, first and foremost, if you are angry and you do want to voice your opinion, please just tonight stay at home, abide by that curfew that is coming up in a mere 20 minutes or so. And let's try to bring this back together. And the Los Angeles Police Department, as Leo Terrell, and I mentioned this last night as I tossed back to you, Alex and Christine, as he said when this was all evolving, that 98+% of our officers are good, amazing, caring officers that love to police, that they have a passion to protect and to serve their city. And we know that there have been some bad officers out there, but please just try to quell this and bring this to a peaceful end here, because this is out of control. And there are agencies from all over Southern California now, just like a wildfire, convening on Los Angeles right now. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles County Fire Department, in the city, in the jurisdiction of the LAFD, coming to help out, to protect and to serve in a very volatile situation. And I know that there's crews even from my hometown of the beach cities rising up and coming to that location as well, just like they would if a fire was burning in the hills miles away.
And Rick and Christine, you know, we've talked so much about 1992 in the last few days. What's so striking to me is 1992 was primarily a Los Angeles issue. This is happening in almost every major city in the country right now. I mean, we are seeing similar images to this all over the place, where the entire country is dealing with this at the same time, including Minneapolis. Los Angeles, not even the center of this story.
Let me just give some context, because, Alex, back in 1992, that was the first video we had seen from a civilian, somebody, just a person, taking video of police making that violent arrest. So because...
And it wasn't a phone, Christine.
Right, a camera.
It was a camera just by chance.
Yeah, so that the scenario has changed so much over the years, in that there have been these issues of police concerns and police brutality, allegations of brutality, some seen on cell phone, some not. But there's been a lot more discussion, concern, and protest since that Rodney King issue, with stuff being caught on video. But Rick, you actually painted a very strong visual for me, and that was of Rodney King, who did come out a few days after what happened there, with his voice shaking, saying, can we all get along?
He was.
Now, I interviewed Rodney King with some exclusive interviews several times, and a couple years after, he was actually putting out an offer to meet with the officers involved in his beating, and they declined that through their attorneys. But Rodney King was trying to put out a message in 1992.
He was.
As the city was under attack like this too, with so many people so angry and hurting.
And it was, Christine, and
it was
such
interesting.
A good point. And to see this and to watch this scene, this is reminiscent of those times. And we were both young and new to the business, Christine, and now we're seeing this replay.
And we spoke,
I know our
Rick.
mayor mentioned that.
Yeah, we spoke last night, Rick, too.
Today, and this is embracing city, parts of our city from downtown LA, which the initial curfew was set downtown LA, bordered by the freeways of the 110, the 10, the 5, through Boyle Heights and the 101, that circular area. And then these scenes started to evolve, and now our entire city technically is under a lockdown, that there's a curfew. Please stay home. We're 15, 17 minutes away from that point. Please abide by that. Even if you're angry, as we all are watching that video, it's important that we try to come together right now as Rodney King, as you just said.
Right.
Let's get along. Let's try to bring this together. The majority of the officers that you see out there, the vast majority, are just trying to bring this to a peaceful.
Thank you, Rick. And we had Rodney King's daughter on our 7 o'clock news last night, who was in tears, the fact that this is happening again. We want to bring in Bill Maloogian to our coverage. Bill, we heard earlier from the mayor of Los Angeles, who said he did not want to bring in the National Guard, sort of dismissed that as a notion just a few hours ago, and now there's been a change.
There certainly has been in the last 3 hours. Will reflect that change based off what we've seen. I just got off the phone with the LA County Sheriff's Department, and they confirmed to me an official request has been put in for the National Guard to respond here to LA County. That request is uniform with county officials as well as LA city officials. That request has just been put in. It's going to take some time for the National Guard to mobilize and respond here, but we can confirm that the process has started to request a National Guard response here in LA County. And just as you mentioned at Mayor Garcetti's press conference earlier today, he specifically said he was not going to do that, and he did not anticipate doing that because, quote, this isn't 1992. Well, what we've seen happen over the last few hours, it's the situation is just deteriorating. There's looting going on everywhere. There's fires being set, clashes all over the place, and the mood has just changed, and they feel as we're going into sunset right now, the National Guard will be needed. They're not going to be able to respond right this second. They're going to have to gear up and mobilize, but that request has been put in now. And just to give you a live look at where we are at right now, this is Beverly Hills. This is Rodeo Drive right at the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard. The Alexander McQueen store here on Rodeo Drive was looted here earlier this evening. Dozens of mass protesters, well, I'm not going to call them protesters, they're looters, got into the store, removed items, and just took off running. There's now a small police force here trying to guard it. They're really outnumbered by this crowd here. The ones on the outside, these are just protesters. They're just chanting things. They're just yelling, but some looters did come through here earlier today. I noticed there were about 4 or 5 Santa Monica police vehicles parked there earlier. I was here about an hour ago, so they called in help from Santa Monica, and I noticed some agitators come in, and they either slashed the tires or they did something to deflate the tires, but they got all the air out of all the tires on those Santa Monica police vehicles. So what you're looking at right now is essentially this big crowd of several hundred strong, just, you know, having a standoff with these officers who are guarding this end of Rodeo Drive. It's unclear what's happening at the other end, but we can confirm the Alexander McQueen store has been looted. We've seen the looting happening over at the Grove, and remember, yes.
Bill, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment. We're going to move back to the picture from where Bob DeCastro is. You see some of the police that are moving in to his location. This is near the Grove in the Fairfax district. Bob, go ahead.
Look to the right. Someone's being arrested right there. There's an arrest. That was a scary situation, I will tell you. So there was this standoff again between the protesters and the police. Chief Michael Moore is here. He is here, and he has been talking to the protesters, asking them. I listened to his conversation with them. He said, "What is your plan? What is your plan? What is your plan for this? Where do you plan on doing it?" He said, "If you plan on staying here a little later, and if rocks and bottles are being thrown at is what he told them." Tony's moving farther away from me. We're getting separated by the officers. Sorry about that. We're just getting separated. Chief Michael Moore is here, and he was talking to the protesters. He said they had a right to be here. He said, but if you want to be here later, and if bottles and rocks are being thrown, if bottles and rocks are being thrown at officers, he cannot guarantee their safety. He said he cannot guarantee their safety. As he was talking, and here more shots are being fired here with these rubber bullets, more shots are being fired. They're specifically going after, and as he was talking to them, more shots being fired, more being fired. As he was talking to them, someone threw a projectile or a bottle or rock at somebody, and then those bullets were fired. More than one person now being arrested. One arrest here, another person being arrested here. So these. She's saying, "Get off of me." She says, "I'm 21 years old. Get off of me. I'm 21 years old." As I said to you before, these are all lots of them, just young people out here from all walks of life. And what becomes a real emotional situation. I will tell you that there was even one protester. There was one protester who we were talking to, and she recognized. She says, "That's my cousin on the other side," meaning one of the officers on the other side. That woman was related to, not this particular woman, but the protester I was talking to. So you see, there are families that are really on both sides of these skirmish lines. And as I said, this is when it turns into a real tenuous situation when you have these lines of people, and there's conversations that the conversation gets really heated, and then when a bottle or a rock or some kind of projectile is thrown at officers want to protect themselves as well, and that's when those rubber bullets are fired. And we saw multiple rounds that were fired here just a few moments ago. And what I have seen through this line is that the officers are quiet. They're really inspecting the crowd. They're looking very carefully, and they see who is the person that has thrown the rock or the bottle, and they find that person, and that's the person.
Bob DeCastro, we're going to go live to Kevin Takumi overhead, where we're seeing another store being looted. Kevin, go ahead, tell us where you're at.
Yeah, this is the 500 block of Fairfax here, and I'm trying to figure out what kind of store this is, but they were able to, the people were able to lift up the security gate, and they're getting under and pulling a lot of stuff out of there, but I'm just trying to figure out there's no name on the front of it there, so I'm trying to figure out exactly what store that is down below there, but they were able to lift up that security gate and start going in there and getting into it. So, but this is one of the places here on Fairfax that they have been able to get into. There's a lot of stuff that's just being emptied out. There's a fire down a little farther down here at Rosewood. It's just mostly just a bunch of trash that they've been throwing into the fire. Farther down at Oakwood is where the skirmish line is, down below, back down here, and they've been kind of slowly making their way north here. They're right in front of Cantor's, so they're kind of slowly making their way northbound up on Fairfax and trying to clear everybody out. But a couple of fires going here, and not all the stores are being broken into. Just one or two of them, as they find a place that they can try to get into, one that looks easy enough, I guess. But a lot of these other ones haven't been broken into. It's just like one every 20 or so.
And this is an area, of course, with so many different iconic spots around it. We just saw the Cantor's Deli, where earlier we saw some of the owners there handing out water to some of these protesters. Meanwhile, a few stores away, we see these looters and criminals that are trying to break into this store. And it seems kind of random, as what you are mentioning, where they're choosing to break in and what they're trying to take, as some of these people, I guess, take advantage of this moment when police resources are stretched so thin and try to take what they can. Christine, I mean, I think it's worth just taking a moment for all of us. I think it's hard to process what's happening here. This is happening so fast and with so much intensity in so many places. Not only here in Southern California, but around the country. We have all just lived through this trauma of coronavirus, which has so quickly shut down our economy, taken so many people out of work. It's been scary. More than 100,000 Americans have died. We had this video which ripped open an open wound, and now this just unbelievable display in the scenes on the streets of Los Angeles. It's a lot to process how overwhelming the news has been all year long, starting this year, of course, with impeachment and Kobe Bryant and the presidential election, and now these massive stories. It's a lot to handle.
I've been talking to somebody just a few weeks ago about 2020, and he said, you know, 2020 for me hasn't started. It's going to start when things get better. And it just seems
could be waiting a while.
It's one thing after another, although with this issue and the concern about policing and police brutality, Black Lives Matter, for example, will tell you this is something we've been watching for years, for decades.
For centuries.
Okay, go on, yes.
Yeah.
So point being, that issue is not something new to 2020, that concern. But you're right, with the coronavirus, just when things were starting to open up a bit, shopping was going to be allowed, hair salons. I know myself, I was going to go shopping in the area of the Fairfax district myself today, was going to run out and just kind of breathe a little bit and check things out. And then, not surprising with the protest in that area at noon today, that you still see crowds in the neighborhoods. I did speak with a business owner who has one of these businesses in the area where we're seeing these protests, and he says he's in his store. He says, this is our life. And so as we think of the protesters or the agitators or those who are looting as to what their motivation is, I'm thinking of every business owner who has a shop on that street on Fairfax or on Melrose, who they have spent their lifetimes investing their heart and their soul into creating a business for themselves and trying to keep their employees employed or with health care during this coronavirus crisis. And now to face this, it's just true devastation for them.
And they've been struggling so much in the last few months with so many of those businesses closed, those businesses now slowly being allowed to reopen. And now we see this. So now we see more senseless looting, people that are taking advantage of somebody's business and taking stuff that doesn't belong to them. And it is just, Rick Dickert, so heartbreaking and so infuriating to watch this. When you think of the people that are going to be hurt, innocent people that have absolutely nothing to do with the killing of a black man in Minneapolis. What is this store owner who's selling their clothing?
And the
what do they have
George
to do with
Floyd says, please don't stop. Let's bring this, let's get justice. Let's try these officers. And to see these pictures are so troubling. And Christine, you brought up a point, and I'm going to bring up 1992 again. And because you and I were both in it as very young journalists, there were shop owners that was their heart and soul, and they were armed. They were armed, and they had their guns, and they were trying to protect their well-being and their employees to try to keep them. But this is so unique and different, coming off of a pandemic we haven't seen in 100 years in this country, and a virtual shutdown of our economy, and all of these businesses being out of commission for a couple of months plus. Our lives changed, and now, just when there was a little glimmer of hope, this, and the economic toll that this is going to take, Christine and Alex, on our city, as I said earlier, for every patrol car that was burned, for every business that was burned, for every employee that can't go back to work and still needs that unemployment, as we see an LAPD helicopter circling overhead and more units arriving on scene. And thankfully, we're seeing that police presence. This is going to take so long to recover from, not just from the pandemic, but from the riots that we have not seen since 1992. And there are officers, again, Los Angeles, arriving on the scene from all over Southern California, from areas that aren't seeing scenes like this. I know firsthand that firefighters, first responders, police officers who want to protect, who want to serve, who have good hearts, they have good hearts. They want to take control and bring this to a peaceful end so that we can bring this back. Every single business that's been burned, every single patrol car that's been burned, it's an awful situation. And to see this happen in our city, a city that I was born and raised in and I've covered for so many years.
It is heartbreaking, Rick. We want to go to Rick Lozano, who's been in downtown LA. And Rick, I know you have some news about some of the freeways that are being impacted by this.
Yeah, they certainly are, Alex. Just in the last hour or so, certainly an uptick in the activity here in the downtown area. Now, as we look behind me, you're going to be looking at 3rd Street as it enters the downtown area, and you can see there's a line of law enforcement vehicles guarding that street and also guarding the entrance to the 110 freeway southbound. Now, you can see cars coming out of downtown Los Angeles, but there are no cars going into the downtown area, and of course that is by design. Now, initially it was said that the curfew was going to affect the downtown area alone. We know now that all of Los Angeles is being affected by this curfew. Nonetheless, the downtown area is being cleared, and it would seem that there are thousands of people who perhaps have not heard that there is a curfew in effect starting at 8 p.m. or in just a few minutes as we speak. because there are still many, many cars out on the freeways and on the surface streets in and around downtown Los Angeles. We have activity overhead. We have a number of helicopters in the air. And thanks to a number of social media platforms, we've been able to keep tabs on a number of hot spots in and around the downtown area. For instance, a little bit earlier, up around the 101 freeway and Coronado Street, a large gathering of protesters there who apparently were trying to enter the freeway, to enter the 101 freeway at that point. That did not happen, but a lot more activity in the downtown area. I'm getting some interference, so I'm going to send it back to you. Are you guys trying to?
All right, Rick, thank you. We're gonna go now to Bill Maloogian, where there's been some activity in Beverly Hills. Bill Maloogian.
Yeah, Alex, good evening. We have some activity here at Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Police are now starting to move this crowd backwards. They declared this an unlawful assembly. It looks like they're using either tear gas or smoke bombs to start pushing this crowd back. We've seen some bottles start being thrown. There is a significantly bigger group of police officers here than when you first saw us about 20 minutes ago, but you can see there's a very sizable crowd here. Half the crowd took off running when it appears some flashbangs went off, but some of them have come back. I'm watching them throw, it appears to be water bottles back at the police officers. But again, there are hundreds of people here at Rodeo Drive. This has been declared an unlawful assembly, and Rodeo Drive has been looted this evening. It's one of the many areas that has been looted already tonight. They broke into the Alexander McQueen store, but now more police resources appear to be here. They're in crowd control gear. You can see those bottles being thrown at police. They're blocking them with their shields, and you're just watching this live with us. This is escalating. This was mostly a peaceful crowd for the most part. All right, people are going to start running. That guy just got shot in the arm with a rubber bullet. You can see him wincing. So you can see there's sheriff's deputies, and it would appear it's Beverly Hills Police or Santa Monica Police that are holding the line here as this crowd, again, stays at Rodeo Drive. This is an area that was looted. More police resources have arrived, and it looks like they're really going to try to hold the line here and try to enforce this unlawful assembly. They've kind of let the crowd just stand there and gather for the last hour or so, but now they're taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach. It appears they're either firing pepper balls or foam bullets. I can't tell what they are. But you're watching this live with us. Again, people still throwing water bottles. It looks like they've successfully been able to clear out the main mass of the crowd on Rodeo Drive. Someone's throwing fireworks now. I'm not sure if that was... Okay, yeah, there's people throwing fireworks. Unless that's a flash... No, those are fireworks, yeah. Sorry, we have some cars blocking our view. But yeah, it would appear those are protesters throwing some fireworks towards the police, or they're just setting them off in the street. It's kind of hard to tell. But again, those officers, they're not really advancing right now. They're just kind of holding the line here at Rodeo Drive and Santa Monica Boulevard. More bottles being thrown right now. And trying to see... Most of the crowd is still here.
Bill, we're going to wrap you for a second, and we will get back to you as we now approach 8 o'clock in special coverage from Fox 11.
Police and protesters battling on the skirmish lines, patrol cars in flames, the mayor of L.A. calling for calm.
To let the world know who we are and the world that we want to create.
Now, Fox 11's special coverage of the unrest in Los Angeles. Good evening, I'm Christine Devine. We thank you so much for being with us for this special coverage. One thing that we can tell you right now, it is 8 p.m. That citywide curfew for the entire city of Los Angeles is now in effect. We've also gotten this news that Pasadena has also called for this 8 p.m. curfew. It's until 5:30 in the morning. The city of L.A., the mayor saying if you are out on the streets past 8 p.m., which is right now, you can be arrested.
Good evening. I'm Alex Michelson. We are witnessing together one of the most chaotic nights in the history of Southern California, the most chaotic night since the 1992 LA riots, as there are multiple different fires that have been set, looting in multiple areas throughout Southern California. Police have clashed with protesters. All of this started as a peaceful protester of thousands of people earlier today protesting the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Los Angeles, like so many cities around the country, have been having massive protests because of that shooting, which so many people viewed as unjustified. The day after the police officer responsible for that, not not a shooting, I'm sorry, just the death that they viewed as unjustified. The man responsible for that was arrested, but many of the protesters want him to be charged with first-degree murder, not third-degree murder, and want the 3 other officers involved to be arrested as well. Some of that message has been lost tonight as we have seen lots of violence from agitators, anarchists, whatever you want to call them, that have gotten within these protesters and taken advantage of a situation where the police are stretched so thin that the National Guard is being called in. Local officials have asked the National Guard for help. Earlier today, the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, said, "I'm not going to do that. We don't need to bring in the National Guard." But clearly this situation has deteriorated to the point where the National Guard will be coming in eventually. And Christine, it'll be interesting to see what happens now that we've hit 8 o'clock.
Yeah, let's take a look at the store that we are watching right now on Fairfax being looted. This is a sneaker store called Flight Club. And if you go up and down Fairfax in this area, there's all kinds of little stores that have trendy clothing and shoes, and they're just kind of a fun area to go shopping if you're looking for some of the cool, trendy brands. Well, you're looking at the mess out there out front of that store after people came in, and you can still see them walking out with boxes or bags of clothing there. So as we are watching this, we are watching people's businesses, their livelihoods fall under attack here in our city as we are now at 8 p.m. with that curfew now in effect. Unfortunately, there's not enough law enforcement to move into all of the areas of concern right now. Look at the skirmish line there right there of LAPD officers.